Well, welcome everybody to the Diamonds Forever 31 show, Saturday extended call, Going Beyond Awakening. We have the astounding Julien Wells, and he's going to do the Pleiadian update today. This is our second call with Julien. So before we get started, this is August 9th, 2014. I want to welcome the observation ship with the Pleiadians that Julien talks with and other races too, and anybody else in any dimension and galaxy and universe. I welcome you too. Welcome all of you for coming here that are on Earth via telephone. Thank you, and grab a seat and some popcorn and sit back and enjoy. So this is via telephone. You can listen to the recording after the show, right after the show, via telephone, via Skype, or I will post the link on the Diamonds with an S Forever 31.blogspot.com. That's Diamonds with an S Forever 31.blogspot.com. And the friends that do not have a computer and only have a phone, you can call on the phone. And that for the recorded show today, that number is 209-255-1099. Then I'll ask for a PIN number, and that's 883267#. Then I'll ask for a reference number. Today's reference number is 160. That's 160#. Also, if you want to email me, you can email me at diamondswithansforever31@yahoo.com. After the call, we'll place the links of the call on the Diamonds blog. Also, the link of the call will be on iqdcallswithans.com. And I believe Julien, like last time, will probably upload it to his YouTube channel. That's Julien Wells on YouTube. I want to give my thank yous to the sites that post the Diamonds call information. We have one added, and that is thank you to ashtarcommandcrew.net. That's ashtarcommandcrew.net. Thank you so much. iqdcallswithans.com, truthcall.com, dinargurunews.com. Thank you guys for posting the Diamonds shows and awakening humanity. We all have our part in there. Just want to reference a couple shows coming up. Next week we're going to have another astounding call on the Diamonds, the same number, the same time on Saturday, and that is with Peter. And he is going to teach us how to make our own, is it TSC oil, which comes from cannabis. Oh my God, you guys, this TSC oil is doing very much miracles with children. There's YouTubes out there, you can find it. And then there is a blog I put on the Diamonds blog so you can study beforehand. And that blog is, what date is that blog? On August 7th. No, let me see, August 5th. And it's the TSC oil. And it says, please share. Colorado is ground zero for TSC oil. And if you go read that and go through the links one by one, you will know how to make your own TSC oil. And I'm a visionary, I can see far. And, you know, cannabis is one of those that are going to open up major healing in this world. So me and Peter and others are going to just push it out there, just get the information. Not everybody's going to make it, but ones will pick it up and make it. They'll give it to their sick friends or, you know, give it away. Miracles will abound, and it'll go like fire around the world of healing and miracles. Believe me. So we're going to do that. So stay tuned for that. 1 second, guys. All right. Sorry, my phone was crackling. All right. I want to just give the date of Julien's blogs on the blog spot, and because these two blogs that I've done a lot of Julien information, but The one I blogged with Julien, all of Julien's Pleiadian updates and all that information, if you want to get the total story, I blogged that on August 7th on Diamonds with an S Forever 31.blogspot.com. So on August 7th, you'll see the very first show. And not a lot of people, we got to catch up for this first show where a chat with Julian Wells, Judy, Jandora, Sherry, and then Crystal's on there, and the Pleiadian updates on there. But you'll get a really good picture of healing, with everybody on that show. So if you haven't listened to it, be sure to listen to it. The second one is the first Julian Wells Pleiadian update on the Diamond Show. And the third one is the Julian Wells Pleiadian update, spur of the moment, when he was doing a session with a guy. And so there's some updates from the Pleiadians there. And it kind of gives you a little sample of Julian's sessions. But, his sessions are different for everybody. Everybody's unique, right? So that was blogged on August 7th. And then the other one, where's that date? Sorry, was June 11th. And that has everything, including the very first show Julian and his friends did regarding the very original Pleiadian update. They talked about a movie in there, and they talked about a long article. On June 11th blog of the Julian, it has all that information on there. So if you study all this, you can really get in deep and know the details if you're a detailed person. All right, so what else? I think, also on the blog, I have a contribution button that says donate. On the right-hand side on the top, all energy contribution, much appreciated. Thanks, Crystal, for doing that, putting that button on there. I appreciate any contributions. If you're waking up and expanding from all the information from the Diamonds call, please help me to not work in the 40-hour week grind so much, as I'm also planning the show for Saturday and then the Thursday news during the week, and it takes a lot of time. I mean, I don't have any. It's just, my heart's desire is that, but it's just hard on a person sometimes. So I'd appreciate that if you could ask your heart about that. All right. Let's see here. All right, now I want to introduce Julien, but first we like to do some blessings and a prayer. I just want to do a little prayer. You can join in by agreement. It's the law of one. So I just evoke the divine living flame of love. I evoke collective consciousness, universal consciousness. And if you choose, I evoke a spiritual cord of equity of all of my ancestors, and if you so choose, your ancestors. I just evoke all beings from the multiverse and all dimensions, and I evoke our higher selves and all of our multidimensional selves here. And thank you for coming. And I just ask that everybody that's listening to this call, that will listen to the Diamonds call, and their families, that they will just be able to flow efficiently with these energies here and our changing of our DNA in a relaxing, enjoyable way. And I just ask for any situations that we're in, spiritual, mental, physical, emotional, that we that it will be all okay, and that we'll have a knowing and a trusting in our heart that everything's okay and we can enjoy it, and we get to the point where we can enjoy it. So I just say we are all one, and when one is harmed or compromised, all are harmed or compromised. When one is helped, all are helped. So therefore, in the name of who we are, and we are one with all that there is, I ask that only the highest good of all concerned happen for the petition I just lifted up, and any petitions that are in anybody's heart that are on this line or listen to the recording, and our brothers and sisters in all dimensions that are listening, that only the highest good of all concerned happen. And I ask that for all, not just us on the line, but all in the multiverse. And so it is, and so be it. Namaste. Okay. So, Julien, welcome. I know you're there. You can unmute.
I am here.
How are you today?
I'm doing swell. We're great. We're wonderful. All those apply. Thank you for having me on today.
Thank you for coming. Julien, I'd really like, since I gave all the statistics, why don't you give all your links and all that you want? And I want to just, Julien is with Crystal, his friend, and Crystal does some healing things too. And we're going to have Crystal on too in the short future on the call. And by the way, Franco Di Nicolo is coming back September 28th. But Crystal will be on in the near future. So if you could give your links and all you want, Julien, and then Crystal's links so they can look up Crystal and everything, that would be great. Let's do that first.
Well, the main hub for connecting to all the material that I've shared would be my website, julienwells.com. And Julien is spelled with an E, so it's JulienWells.com. And within there I have updates. I try to keep track of all the different places that you can listen to recordings. Mostly it's links to recordings and a little bit of information about the sessions that I provide. The sessions are basically a conversation with me. And of course, if you're not familiar with the sorts of things that I'm interested in talking about, I'm interested in helping people connect to their higher beings. I can sometimes translate for them. I can basically listen to the very subtle communications of your guides and other beings that have things to share with you. Oftentimes I get advice, I can get dietary suggestions, and of course we have conversations on anything that appears in the 5D realm. And of course I'm very connected with a particular group of Pleiadians that are always willing and interested in speaking to me and sharing and letting me tell everyone what they're thinking. I was hoping we can do some of that today. Of course, they always have their availability in my presence. So I've actually just started a Facebook site called Questions for the Pleiadians, and that I just started this morning. So if you want to go to that Facebook site, you can, or Facebook group, you can ask questions directly there if you don't get to find me directly through my Facebook. And I generally add anybody that wants to ask me questions directly, and I'll get to them. I'll get to the questions in private messages or on my wall, when I do get to them. I do like the questions to be as public as possible so that everyone can benefit from the answers. So questions that have to do with very personal things should probably be left to doing sessions. And I'm told they're very affordable compared to what other people offer for sessions. But I also offer sessions at half a price if you'll allow me to post the session on YouTube. And I'm just beginning to do that. I have over a year of sessions done now, and slowly re-listening to those sessions and posting them on YouTube so you can see kind of what they're like and what the gamut of different experiences you can look forward to when you have a conversation with me directly. Also, I wanted to let everyone know about Crystal's blog. It's called Decoding Energetic Patterns with Tarot and Astrology. The link is crystalsessions.blogspot.com. And she's been doing basically tarot readings on the present times, on the present energies, and it's sort of like an astrology reading at the same time. And she really digs into the depth of what's going on, and just about everybody that I've sent to check this out has given a lot of really positive feedback, letting me know and let other people know that it really hits home, it really gets deep. And so, this isn't your average astrology, this isn't your average tarot reading, this is, rich and usually a heavy read. And for me, it's had a really good impact on and sort of reminded me of exactly what I'm feeling like. She just was able to put it in words. But that's basically it that I wanted to share directly. Of course, I was on the transitioning show. I had my own show with Bob Wright, and there are archives of about a year of that on Blogspot. No, it was on Blog Talk Radio. So, and that was a 2-hour show. So if you want to hear me talking generally on the sorts of subjects, 5D and whatnot, got many, many hours there to check out. I believe I have links on that. My website is too. So, anyhow, that's for starters.
Oh, and then your YouTube channel. How would they get to your YouTube channel?
Well, you'd look me up, Julien Wells, remembering that Julien is spelled with an E. And I come up usually at the top of the list. And, I'm putting out videos of all sorts of subjects out there. Trying to do more and more, and expanding into a larger range of subjects, because as I'm exploring consciousness, I'm not the same person. I'm growing, I'm discovering, I'm accessing new channels of information, and finding lots of things that are really benefiting my life, and so I share them as they may sort of benefit other people's lives too in sharing. So. Mostly, my purpose is to be as transparent as possible. No questions off the table. I encourage people to ask me questions about my life and how I've gotten to where I am. Obviously, I've taken deliberate time in training in being sensitive, but I know from doing that I know that anybody can basically become sensitive, or what people might understand as psychic. And there's many different levels of psychic. Psychic is a very large world of basically accessing broader information. And it's my firm belief that everyone's headed for this, that everyone is headed for accessing broader information, if not just for accessing their higher selves. It's not hard now. It's much easier than it's ever been.
Absolutely. I absolutely agree. Mm-hmm. And then, by the way, Julien's and Crystal's links are on the Diamonds blog. On the right-hand side, it says links. So that's your stuff is there too, Julien.
Cool.
Yeah. So what I like to give is just an outline of today's call. We'll have the fresh update from Julien, the Pleiadians via Julien Wells. And then some questions for the Pleiadians, and maybe, remember we talked a little bit, Julien, maybe Ashtar will come in too. And then Julien will talk about maybe his sessions and how some hinters and teaching about, what Julien does, we can do too, because we are very powerful.
Mm-hmm.
Julien, could you start out with just a little synopsis of the original Pleiadian update, how this all started, and then you could go into what you're hearing today. Yes.
Well, first off, I've had a connection to these Pleiadians for over a year now, since the beginning of last year. And so I've become very familiar with them. And my type of communication with them is not through channeling. It is basically telepathic and visual. They are local to our solar system, so they are here. They're in a ship that looks a little bit like a green Death Star, sort of round planetoid type ship. It's much smaller than the moon. Essentially, it's just a very large, sort of like sphere type miniature planet, and it's all green on the outside of it. Even though if you were to actually catch it, it would actually be luminous, so it would be white. However, it does not actually project its own light. It just has its a sort of, it's not precisely in our dimension, but at times it is. But it's very close to our visible dimension, and so there's times where it will be visible. The reason why it's close to our visible dimension is that they actually observe humans, So one of their roles is observation and not exactly monitoring, but it's probably the best word. They follow specific things going on and specific people, and they call themselves basically a research group of humans and our society and whatnot, and they share this information with the other galactic societies that are here. So they have tools that are like cameras that you can't see, but the methodology of how they're able to do this is very specific. It's each time that they're gathering data, it's on a very specific set of rules that is non-interference and does not do anything that has not been agreed upon or arranged by each of our higher beings and souls. So they have contracts in which that they can operate with, and they arranged to have a contract with me so that when I first found them, I basically addressed them directly as an ET race, and they responded saying, yeah, you're asking to see if there's any UFOs or aliens out here? Well, we're answering because they were basically monitoring communications like this. I was one of only a few people that actually attempted to contact them and could actually hear them when I tried to do this last year. Anyhow,
so
they got to a point where they were, go ahead.
Oh, just really quick, a little back up a little bit. Now, on this ship, there's more than just the Pleiadian race. How many more races? I just want to make it clear that there's more other.
Yes, there are other races. It's a homogeneous type of ship, but it's somewhere around 90% Pleiadian origins. And then they were actually planning on talking a little bit later about what Pleiadian origins are and about different races and how that works. So we can get to that a little bit later.
Okay, and then just one more thing, since you talked about the camera, I contracted with them for the camera. You talked about that last call, and maybe you can just tell the people if they have a challenge, they want to do that really quick here in this spot, and just a little bit.
So, I've talked about this before. It usually helps if you're able to actually feel and receive them. So that sometimes requires a minimum of being able to listen to your higher being, because oftentimes the beginning of telepathic communication comes through your higher being, because your higher being knows how to translate it into words or feelings or thoughts or memories that you'll understand. But essentially, they are very interested in everything human, all experiences human, and they also record this. They may not be watching live, but they can basically arrange to have a remote viewing tool that will record your three-dimensional space. And they can, the way that they tend to organize this is imagine that where you're looking and where you're focusing, you're sending light, like a flashlight. So what you're focusing on, what you're talking to, whatever, imagine that you're putting a flashlight on that, and that's what's recorded. So if someone's making obscene gestures at you behind your back and you don't know about it, that's not going to get captured, essentially. It's basically what you're currently projecting and are aware of, and that's how they operate. So basically everything that you're interested in, they get to follow that, and they get to get involved. Now, in this event, I'm talking with you, and so they're observing that interaction. But if you, for some reason, did not want to be transparently aware for them to pick up, essentially your words would be blocked. And it would be as if I was just talking to to someone that wasn't responding. Does that make sense? So the cameras only pick up what is intentionally agreed upon or agreed upon at a soul level. So by you saying that you're open to this arrangement, you basically opened up the conduit for them to access and follow you in your life. I did add conditions over time, such as, originally I didn't want them following me into the bathroom for some reason. I was still shy or something like that. But over time, I've become extremely comfortable with them. I have different people that monitor. They're sort of like watching the remote information live. They don't do this for everyone, but they tend to have somebody sort of like in the chair following me live most of the time. and sometimes I have a conversation with them, and they're different. But over time, I've gotten to know several very specific Pleiadians. It's like a post, and actually since last year, there's none of the people that were on the post in that post are still doing that. They've gone on and done other things, but I've met about 12 different individuals that I can still tune into and feel as specific individuals, even now. But they basically can open me up to speaking to any number of people there on the ship. Oftentimes I have a large conference call like we're going to have today, in which case it's like they're all sort of in a type of auditorium or open space where I can see them all at once, and they can speak to me as a telepathic unit, or individuals can. I'm able to bi-locate, so I can see and basically travel on the ship itself down the hallways and observe it all. I have what you might call like a spectral body. So I have like a partial body that's there, an actual Pleiadian body that I sort of like, it channels me, so to speak. And so I occupy its body, but it was manifested by me and the higher levels of myself, not just the conscious me, the Julien here, but many levels of myself manifested this Pleiadian body so that I can have even greater empathy and connection and relationships with them. And so
and we are all that way. We're all of us, every
yes.
single one of us are multidimensional. So we can do what you do, what you're explaining. So,
yes, you can.
Encourage yourselves in your self-talk. You can do this, and you're learning how to do it through Julien and others today. Yeah.
Sensitivity is really what it comes down to, and sensitivity also involves a lot of removing things that prevent you from being sensitive. Now, the third eye opening up is probably the most important piece of the puzzle. So decalcification of the pineal gland is very important. You can, there's many different types of diets that help to do that in a very short span of time. But overall, you'll want to reduce things that do calcify the pineal gland. So your diet can really make it a lot easier to be able to access information from your third eye, pineal gland, while you're awake. When you're asleep, you're working with lighter energies almost exclusively, and there's no distraction of the dense energy, the more physical energy that's around you that your other five senses read into. So it's like your sixth sense reads into the lighter information. And so if you want to exercise that ability to see that way, it's sort of like practicing learning how to smell your environment, or being able to see more in your environment, or be able to listen more acutely. You need to practice listening through that modality. And in fact, it comes to the modality that most people will understand as imagination. And so the space where imagination comes through is the same place that you can basically receive psychic information. And that's why it's been, relatively ridiculed to, figure that your imagination does anything besides, give you artistic skills or something, or help you be able to remember, memories and things like that. But in fact, it is also access to channels of yourself that are not necessarily physical. But getting back to the actual Pleiadian update that you originally asked about, essentially I got to, I was on my way to work, and I got the message that there was a call put out to those brothers and sisters in contrast. We'll call them people that are kind of like in the Illuminati, or what people call the cabal, or sort of like people that are kind of like the bad guys in the whole, sphere of conspiracy and whatnot. And this is a call to those who wanted to basically escape this system. But it wasn't exactly for escape. It was more along the lines of relief of pressure. There's a lot of people that have been and are still here that are basically in between a rock and a hard place. That sort of place where they they're basically forced to be like bad guys, forced to, to do the biddings of the bankers and whatnot, either by threat of their lives or threat of their family, if the threat is specifically very serious, torture and all sorts of other things. And so essentially there's this massive outcry because right now you could say that those in contrast have been ramping up their activity to really prevent people from waking up. They're doing their very best to start wars. They're doing their very best to create a financial meltdown. Basically, their very best to create a new world order. And there's many people that are being, pressured into being forced to participate. And those who really felt that they had no way out, either they were going to be, crucified by the public for being in that position, by, the public not fully understanding their circumstance and, and their innocence, but at the same time also perhaps not allowing or forgiving them and feeling that they could not be forgiven, even though, their approach to life has changed. These types of people don't actually belong in jails, and I'm going to talk a little bit later about the function of jails and why jailing people or punishing people in that way doesn't actually operate at a high level. But in general, the Pleiadians are observing so many people in this very heightened level of pain, the kind of pain where suicide is not even an exit. Where they don't even understand how this is ever going to get better, and yet at the same time possibly even wanting to die, wanting to give up, and also basically being forced not to do that. So this is a call out to those who basically wanted this but had no idea what they can do. And so the Pleiadians, and I'm finding it, I'm going to share a little bit more today, was actually in support with angels as well, guardian angel type beings and angels themselves, help facilitate getting these people onto this Pleiadian ship. So what happened was there was this one night, it was basically a 24-hour notice, and there was going to be a massive pickup of these people. There's going to be ships, Pleiadian ships, and other types of ships that were going to go around and literally pick these people up. And the people themselves who could receive this telepathically, the information was given telepathically. It wasn't like an email or anything like that. But I heard it. And, I'm not in contact directly with anyone that is in the contrast, so I obviously can't verify this with anyone like that, any insider or something like that. But I did receive multiple confirmations at multiple levels that this occurred, that this did happen. I shared a soul relation with one of the ones that went through the experience of being picked up, his extreme anxiety, his fear for his family, the eventual pickup, him being sort of hunted down, for possibly trying to leave, all these anxieties and pains and all this. He went through this. I share this in our other talks, and essentially, initially there was going to be in the environment of about 50,000 that were saying that they were ready to be picked up, and that number actually became much smaller within the 24 hours. And essentially around 11,000 something did get picked up, and those are on the ship, and they are basically transported to an environment that's not full access to their ship. It's more like a holodeck from Star Trek Next Generation. It's a virtual environment where it's a town. It's actually, I found out it's a reproduction of a Scandinavian town, and essentially, void of occupants, and basically they were all put into this town to basically decompress their experiences. To they don't all speak the same language. These are from all over the planet, these people that were picked up. And so they were given universal translation technology so that they can communicate. But I'm getting since then, they've actually, just about all of them have developed into the telepathic modality of communication. So very few of them need the translation tools any longer. But what they also had to do is they also had to adjust their vibration. This extreme pain is essentially very, very, I don't want to say parasitic, but when you're in that kind of anxiety and fear, it can easily overwhelm people like the Pleiadians and those of the light who, have not experienced such dreadful, emotional, energetic states. So one of the reasons why this group of Pleiadians was involved in this is because they actually were becoming more and more resonant to match the humans' frequencies. And on one level, they're basically asking us to raise our frequency, and they were basically not exactly lowering their frequency, but beginning to understand the ailments of our condition and the troubles that we've gone through, so that they can basically look at something that we've gone through and be able to walk their way out of it. And yet there's still a very large gap for that type of understanding, because they have access to a lot of understanding what it's like outside the veil, basically what it's like to not live a human experience. And so they have a lot of tools. And in general, that's what the Pleiadians, through all channels, all people that are channeling the Pleiadians and different communications are trying to do. They're trying to basically help us understand reality from their perspective. And although I haven't done a lot of that myself, I am opening up more and more to doing that as I am becoming familiar. The most important thing here is that I'm not interested in being like a channel where I give over my body and my voice to a being. Now, I don't have anything against that. I just personally don't want to give up my approach. I basically want to be able to speak to every word that I share and be responsible for everything that I say and do, and not be put in a position where I have to answer to things where people are wondering if it's me or if it's someone else, or if part of me is in the channeled message or something like that. Essentially, what you're hearing from me, you can take it as I'm speaking to Pleiadians or I'm not, but to me it doesn't matter whether you believe me or not, but I'm speaking from where I am, and I'm not here to be an informant exactly or some kind of
guru,
insider or guru, but I am here to speak my experience as a human, and I'm very excited to basically say that yes, awakening is happening, and my life has dramatically been changing for the better in so many ways, and I've gone through so many intense experiences over the past couple of years, and I can share on that, and I can share about this emerging world. And you might say, maybe on one level, why don't I just get picked up by Pleiadians and leave and have a jolly good time with them? Well, because I recognize also my purpose, and my purpose right now is to serve as a gateway to the new energies, to be able to find yourself, to supporting this transition, and I'm very committed to that. And so that's why no question is off the table, because I know people want to try to understand things from a broader perspective, and I'm here to help to do that. And the Pleiadians have been a very, very big supporter of me in this, and essentially more and more. What's that?
May I interject just a minute?
Sure.
Oh, I just want to say, and Thuz too, the Diamond's Call for the awakening. I love your heart, Julien, because the ones that are on the media and the pioneers and the gateway, like Julien, his heart, my heart, is just to help us awaken and learn who we really are. That's the Diamond's mission, learning who we really are. And to me, and I guess to Julien, since he's in this fast track, one of the biggest and most important and pertinent things is learn how to communicate with our brothers and sisters in different realms, different dimensions, because our DNA is, as we're speaking, changing right now, and we will, it'll just come naturally. So let's prepare ourselves. We're done with the guru days. We're done with the savior days. We're here, and you're here gathered by no accident to learn for yourselves, because your higher selves are calling you to learn for yourselves that you can do this. And just know that, listen to your self-talk. Know who you are. You are very powerful, and you can do this, and it's exciting times. So go for it.
There's a lot to share on how Pleiadians observe us in terms of how they understand humans versus them, and what our differences are, and why we're here, and why people have crappy experiences here and joyful experiences. But in general, what I'm finding out is that the more that I observe and listen and talk with them, the more I have a very strong empathy with them, and the more I basically become like them. Now, humans are actually seeded from multiple star families. Like, our DNA involves the star families in us. Some more than others. As you know, genetics can serve certain veins. However, the nature of genetics and DNA itself is actually not limited to a race. From their perspective, they can spontaneously become a different race. They literally adjust their approach, and they focus, and their DNA can change their appearance. They can become they can transform. They don't have those limitations as much. However, they choose not to, because they're very comfortable with a particular body and a particular approach and whatnot. And so within me, I have Pleiadian DNA, as just about everyone that is talking with me. And what is becoming more active in me is that Pleiadian DNA. I'm waking up more and more to the past lives as I've had as a Pleiadian, and I'm basically realizing more and more the relationship I have with them. And one of the reasons why Pleiadians specifically versus, say, Sirians, Arcturians, Andromedans, and whatnot, is because the Pleiadians are basically, quote-unquote, sort of like the white Caucasian race of, the galactic species that are coming here. And they would be considered the most comfortable ones to meet at first, in general. The Andromedans would be a close second, but the Andromedan are a much larger, homogeneous level of appearances. The Pleiadians are all generally very, very normal white guy type appearance. So they're all hoping to visit over time, but the level of shock of meeting a Pleiadian is less so than meeting one of the insectoid races, for instance, or one of the crystalline geo type races, or even the lizard or reptilian races. Those can really freak people out, and so we wouldn't invite them. Basically, Pleiadians are humans, and they just have a completely different experience of life. And they're willing to share that. They're willing to share it through me. They're willing to share it through people who channel them. And I want to say that there are groups of Pleiadians, much like humans have different countries and different cultures. And so there's many different groups of cultures of Pleiadians. So I don't want to say all Pleiadians are equal. They're very different in many ways. I mean, they're equal as beings. They all have the same rights to existence and access to their inner truths. But the ones that I'm specifically the closest with are those that are very interested in the transition to Earth and observing humans and basically wanting to be available at some point more obviously and more accessible to help discuss and help people transition from their fixation on human 3D matrix limitations. And we also have today someone else that's wanted to sort of join this conversation to a certain degree. Do you remember us mentioning him in the past?
Who? Through you or somebody else?
No, someone that I was going to channel.
Ashtar from
right.
Ashtar Command.
I didn't want to spoil it, so I was hoping that you'd. So, Ashtar, I've never directly spent time speaking with Ashtar, even though I can receive him, I can hear him. I've never carried on a conversation. It's been very kind of one way with him, you might say, except that he was interested in participating today in the conversation. Right now, obviously, I'm not fully attuned. I'm speaking from my own mind and my own experience, but we can get into speaking from Pleiadians participating a bit more in my voice and me observing them. And Ashtar, as I'm understanding, there's going to be a point at which he's going to be contributing.
Yeah, because he knows the questions I'm going to. He knows the questions I'm going to ask Julien. There's some pertinent questions I know he'll be able to answer, maybe more than the others. Yeah.
Cool. Well, what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to give myself a place of balance, where I'm going to sort of clear my mind a little bit more so I can hear them even more succinctly. And I think I'm actually going to go and bilocate right now to the ship so I can have an even greater empathy with how I can observe their bodies and their faces.
Okay. 1 second, Julien. Are you going to give the update of, the story you just told previously and before we go into questions, and you're going to bring them in, or how? Or what?
We're going to have to assume a little bit of understanding of what I was sharing before in terms of what the 11,000 have been up to.
Yes.
And we're basically going to continue from that point.
Okay, good. And then we'll go into the questions I have after your whole update and whatever they want to. Yeah. Okay. So keep going, Julien. You're doing great in explaining details to us, and, that helps all of us. Thank you.
So this is a continuation with the assumption that my conversations on YouTube have been listened to, but this information is new to me right now. It's basically it wasn't an emergency for me to get out, otherwise I would have shared it earlier. But this is essentially information that they've when we found out that we were going to be on this show today, they're saying, well, we can do it in a lump gathering of a lump collection of information at once.
Cool.
So there are 4 Pleiadian beings stepping forward, and we'll be hearing not necessarily from one of them at a time, but it's going to be 4 Pleiadians, 3 males and 1 female. One of the males would be considered 7th dimensional or higher. The other ones would be considered the 2 males. The other 2 males would be considered 5th dimensional, so basically a very broad mind, and the female would be considered in between 3rd dimensional and 5th dimensional, which would be basically like someone like me. Just give me a moment. I can do introductions. The female's name is Mahlia. That's the name that she's chosen for us to understand. The first of 2 5th dimensional males' name is Teric. The other one is Aidan. And the seventh dimensional is Achoua. We're going to talk with them in that order, in general. Mahlia is what you might consider a psychologist of human nature, but psychology in the way that also accounts for higher awareness, not just the intellect, but the broader parts of ourselves and connections to our souls through our higher being. And she is going to talk a little bit about the psychological shift that's been occurring for those 11,000 and what she's reporting on for the whole planet. So the 11,000, they've actually, it's now become sort of like two groups of 5,000 to 6,000 each, and one group is very scientifically minded in the way that they want to hold on. In the way that they want to begin considering an integration of human and spacefaring technology. And they're getting involved in supporting conversations about what it would be like to merge technology from the Pleiadians and other star groups and families with humans and what that transition can look like. So they're basically supporting that conversation. They have no actual interest in returning to the planet directly, but they will do so if a transition period occurs and there is an interest in working with humans because of their ability to relate to other humans better than Pleiadians' ability to relate with humans. So they have the kind of intellect that can support a rapid transformation of technological advancement on Earth. And they're looking at all those facets and looking at transitioning opportunities, literally. The other half of them are still adjusting, and they're very interested in helping when period of transition comes to actually deal with all the social issues, all the societal, cultural, relationship, and perceptions of ETs. And they're basically working in preparation for helping introduce beings like Pleiadians in the communities that they were from. This basically only works with basically the communities that they came from, that they were taken from or picked up from, because they can speak from experience and basically speak to the validity of this. And they're not sure if they will show up before the Pleiadians or whatever make their grand appearance, or if they will support the leading up to their appearance. But essentially, all of them are, at this point, are fully adjusted fifth-dimensional beings. Their diet is fifth dimensional at this point, which means they actually don't really eat hardly anything. And the diet on Earth right now would not support their existence. They would have to spend a phenomenal amount of time in the sunlight and in certain states of meditation. Now, on one level, it's like as if they've become a very big asset to this transition at this point. They've all overcome their fears and their past lives. They basically don't have any attachments any longer that can be used as threads to manipulate them. Not even, family, perhaps being murders or something like that to prevent them from doing any good work. And they've basically rearranged their vibrations to be much higher and to see the bigger picture. They are still living and prefer to live in that town, as it were, and only a couple of them, maybe less than 24, have actually decided to leave that space and involve themselves on the rest of the ship. Now, those from the ship can decide to enter, and they have been. Just about everyone on the ship has gone to visit them at this point. The last time that I spoke on this, it was only the few very strong-willed Pleiadians that were ready to go into them because they represented a very strong contrast and a lot of fear and a lot of anxiety. Even though they're happy to be out of it, they basically had an influx of questions that they would needed answered to help calm themselves and get their head on straight. And even though the questions can be answered, it really came down to them as a community and actually becoming two separate communities, deciding what they wanted and how the Pleiadians essentially were going to support them in helping them do what they wanted to do. So, in fact, the Pleiadians on one level are taking a back seat to this new community of humans that are in the in-between. And so they foresee that they have really, really great missions and opportunities ahead of them in the near future. I'm going to say something, and I'm moving over to Teric at this point. Just adjusting to his type of vibration. He's a bit different. He is, you might say, a liaison between other groups that are not Pleiadian, and he is going to talk a little bit about how this has been received from the galactic community. First off, he wants to say that there are originally statements that said that this action made this group very unpopular with other Pleiadian groups and other galactic groups, and he wants to explain that a little further. And explain a little bit what that's like and what it has been like. First things up is that they basically understood the other groups were perceiving that the humans were taking that the Pleiadians were taking a very great risk by picking up these humans. The kind of risk being risk of empowering humans in certain ways that would create a cascading destabilization because of their intense energetic lower vibration that they had going, that was going to become a contaminant and basically cause, fear to ripple and anxiety to ripple. And that was one of the concerns. The other was that there would be repercussions, as in like dead man triggers on the planet here that would affect humanity and cause a really radical shift or cause things to go over the edge. That it would basically force advancement of the shift of the event horizon to come about a little bit more chaotically. The third concern was that, and this did begin to happen, that a large number of people that heard about this information would actually turn against Pleiadians in general for doing something rather rash and not thinking it through, and for basically criticizing their involvement at all. That has been a developing thing, and one of the important ways to address that for them was to not exasperate the disappearance of these people. So in fact, it's almost like the idea was that this was not meant to change the vibration on the planet, but to just help the people that were in that level of crux, in that level of pain. There was never an intention that removing people would cause the pyramid of cabal or Illuminati to destabilize. That is essentially God's will, if that is what it is. But the Pleiadians moved forward specifically by what was in their hearts, and they knew that it could only result in positive change. Now, Teric is going to explain that. He's going to explain something. Just one moment. There is being told by the other groups that that this is not going to happen again. They're not saying that people cannot be picked up by Pleiadians, Syrians, or what have you on an individual basis, but they want to make that statement that is very rare, in that there are specific ways that can happen, but it's not going to be widespread shared as to how that's possible or when that's going to happen, meaning I'm not going to be given that information on how that happens. It has to be a very personal journey, if someone's in that position, to go inward, and you will have to have a telepathic communication with them. Or you'll have to already have a soul contract that says that this is going to occur. But there was not really a price to pay, but it was as if the galactic races weren't even ready for this. They were not ready, and so they wanted to lessen the impact of this potential that there's many, many, many that want to just come, and there's many, many, many that want to rejoin those who are really happy to see them and just pick up whoever they want to pick up. But the consensus right now as a collective is that that is not going to occur in any way that hasn't already been happening. And they want to make that clear. That it's very important to know that this is an eventuality, that there is just going to be widespread connections with them, and that they've already done lots and lots of research as to how people will be invited to leave and how traveling beyond Earth is going to occur. That's a very large and complex thing, and actually Ashtar is going to share a little bit on that later. Now I'm going to listen to Aidan. He's got a little bit, his message getting a little bit more complex. He wants to share a little bit about what's going on Earth. And I'm letting him know that I'm a little bit uncomfortable being a whistleblower or a contact for this. So he's assuring me that what he's saying is not going to make me feel too uncomfortable. Okay. He wants to give some broad information. He's going to give some broad information as to statistics. This is statistics that will help people understand the rate of progress of humanity right now. Crystal, can you write these down? Crystal's with me. She's going to take some notes because it's going to come back around to it, and I might not be able to literally remember because I'll be just listening to him. So first off, we're going to do some past dates. 2012, the end of 2012, the 21st. We're going to do the 18th of December 2012. We're going to look at the light quotient. I'm going to describe what the light quotient is. The light quotient is that place where people realize they have a higher being. Just realizing they have a higher being. You can believe in God, but if you don't believe in the higher being of yourself, then that would be considered a quotient of 0. A quotient of 100 would be everybody knows they have a higher being and that there is information coming from your higher being. On the 18th of December, the world population quotient was 12%. On the 21st, it was 14%. By March 28th of 2013, it was 15%. December 21st, 2013, 18%. June 1st, 2014, 21%. Right now, 22%. The notation here is that more than 50% of these are in Asian countries, not European-based countries. So not non-English speaking countries, you would say. Now, we're going to isolate these numbers into just specifically the European culture, so basically the English-speaking countries. we're going to go, well, we're just going to read it out. Europe, homogeneously, right now is 12%. The first reading, the 18th of 2012, it was between 6 and 7%. We're going to lump Canada and Australia together in this next one. On the 18th of December 2012, they were at 11%. Right now, they are at 17.5%. The United States is going to be divided into the coasts versus the non-coasts states. The coasts on the 18th of 2012 were 12%. Both coasts homogeneously, and the center is 4%. Now the coasts are at 18.5%, and the central is at 7 1/3. Okay.
Julian?
Yes.
Could I ask him to explain a little bit more of, the percentages you're describing? Those people know who their higher self is, or?
No, they're aware that they have a higher being.
And explain that a little bit more specifically, yes.
Okay. So the description for these percentages is coming through in the sense that they know that there is more to reality than what has just been told to them, in terms of, not everything is exactly the way the Bible is, in that there is a soul that is independent, and that they are not separate from God. That the percentage in the opposite would be those that believe that they're being ruled by someone, either God's will, and so they have not as much personal choice over the matter, or by society's will or the government's will. So in essence, the religion, an old religion, can be basically telling them they don't have as much control. The importance of these numbers is literally a description of free will, availability of understanding your own free will. And for some reason, the United States actually has less free will than Canada and Australia does, and even Europe.
I believe the USA is the strongest stronghold. Could you please repeat the middle states of the United States, the percentage now, and the coasts, the percentage now? The
middle was 4% and is now 3 1/3. 7 1/3, excuse me. And the coasts were 12% and are now 18.5.
Thank you.
Now, we're going to come up with 3 basic numbers. And these are, give me a moment. These numbers represent oh God, it's hard to explain. Just give me one more minute to feel out what he's trying to say. Okay, Achoua is actually going to participate in this one. He's helping explain it right now. Achoua being the 7th dimensional. He's going to talk about dreams. This is going to get a bit complicated at first, so just listen to it, and then I'm going to continue to elaborate through him.
I just want to add one thing. When he's talking, you guys listen to yourself talk. Listen to yourself talk. In your self-talk, say, I understand what he's saying. I understand even more what Julien and the Pleiadian is saying. And you'll see. Thanks.
Okay. So Aidan's the one that holds the statistics, but Achoua is helping me a little bit in giving the explanation for the condition. So at first I'm going to share what Aidan's saying, and then we'll get into it with Achoua. This is it's not a really good English word for it, but it's the state of aspiring that things are getting better. Okay, so it's sort of like hopefulness, dreams, potential, sort of thing. And this is going to be focalized to the English, European cultures. Since before 9/11, the general hopefulness for the future, or whatever we're calling this, in terms of trusting that by the year 2015 we'd have a positive future, it was, I can't even give a percentage on this, but it was, let's just say not good. We'll say if 50% is neutral and 0 is absolutely dreading it, it was around 28%, or the 28% level on the graph. After 9/11, like immediately after 9/11, within the next year or so, that number dropped down to 12% or about half as much as that. So it was even more, much worse. I'm getting that around 10%. If it ever got below 10%, then that was it. New World Order can start. As in their hopes, we're going to be completely handed over all their rights. Everyone's going to just give over their rights and give it up. So we came to that brink very, very closely. And we've never gotten that close to it since then. Since then, it's actually only gotten better. There have been clusters that have clusters of people that have gotten really hopeless sort of thing in that way. But the people who have hopefulness on the high end, the people that were already hopeful, that were already positive, already had their dreams or whatever, that number has not changed much. It's maybe 10% more since then, except within that gamut, they're way, way, way more excited about the future. And this all started escalating around the 2012 prophecy. Now, there was apocalypse potential, but nobody picked that up. And so actually, the potentials are it's really only about 11% of the population, of European population, that actually believes in a positive future, like really, really positive future. They're like 10 times more excited comparatively than they were before. This is really significant. And this is what Achoua wants to talk about a little bit. Sometimes it only takes one person to inspire a large number of people. And these people are getting a lot of support. Those who are really excited or really passionate, and a lot of energy is flowing through them. It's almost like a focus on the overachievers. And you'd say, well, why not focus on everybody? Because the overachievers, that's not fair. Why give the attention to the overachievers? But it's not even achieving. It's really only even just a state of mind or exhilaration or excitement. It's hard to explain that feeling, the potential. But they're saying the reason why this is really important is because they're the ones that are going to open up the possibilities for everyone else. They're the ones that hold in their heart positive intention despite circumstances and can see through circumstances sometimes and are learning very, very quickly. And these are the ones that are kind of like the way showers. You can call them star seeds, some of them, but some of them, they don't know anything about, spirituality at all. They just have figured out how to be happy and how to be successful, and they honestly have a positive outlook on life. It's as if all the propaganda that can eventually lead to a new world order, it completely doesn't apply to them. And this is a really high percentage. I know it's, doesn't appear to be that way, but this number, he wants to say, is growing so fast. It almost gives the impression that if you've been looking at like a light bulb over the last 15 years, become lighter and lighter and lighter and brighter and brighter and brighter, and especially getting to the point where it's actually lighting up a whole room, one light bulb, at just the beginning of 2013. He's saying this thing is about to break. This light bulb is about to get past its life as a light bulb and basically burst because the physics of being so bright is so unanimously different.
Woohoo!
This light bulb is going to pop.
Woohoo!
So this is the message that he's basically trying to share. And Aidan, the statistics guy, he is looking at this, and this is how he's going to make his projections. This should be by the end of this year, the beginning next year, it's going to pop. These people are going to be, society may not change, but these people are going to be so obvious in society and unignorable by the incredibleness of who and what they're doing and where they stand, that it's going to be as if no matter what's going on, how are these people doing this is going to be the theme of the day, the end of this year, the beginning of next year. And it's going to give dramatic hope. Like people are going to flip out. It's almost like some people, it's all going to be intellectual. in terms of these people popping out, and it's a very large number. And on others, it'll be like sort of like the inspiration of gurus at that level, like what a guru can inspire.
Julien, it's called the Three Stooge effect.
Okay.
And this is astounding. I just want to interject here. It's astounding because this, I'm going to be paying even more detail with my questions to the Pleiadians and Ashtar on this. Yeah, it's going to be, I'm just excited. So I'm moving out.
I'm going to share a little bit more, and this is where Ashtar is going to come in. The timelines say this. The Pleiadians are strictly going off their observation of the planet because they have a lot of that type of statistic available to them. They see people raising in vibration as becoming sort of like a brighter light bulb on the planet. So it's like, you know, like when you look at the planet from the dark side and you see the cities light up, like little dots. They sort of see it that way in terms of regions being luminous. And we're not talking about actual physical, you know, like city lights. We're talking about raising of awareness lights. And so they see it that way. And basically what they're saying is that each light has a certain range, sort of like a light bulb range. And when you become brighter, that range gets bigger, except it doesn't get bigger like by a couple feet. It gets exponentially bigger. So it's like by a factor of, by a factor, like, to the power of 2 or the power of 3. So this overlap of people's local influence goes from just their friends to like, whole towns and cities. And that is what is perceived the inevitability for the end of this year, beginning of next year, this whole process. But in the meantime, one of the more important things that Ashtar is about to talk about is how that became possible. Okay, he feels very different. So I'm going to have to take just another minute to allow in his presence in such a way that I'm still comfortable. Yeah, he's very, I don't want to say imposing, but his presence is very all in. Pleiadians are a little bit hands-off a bit. They know that I'm sensitive to their words, but he's putting a lot of presence in my direction. And he is actually not just one person. Okay, I might start sounding a little bit channely because there might be gaps between my words, but that doesn't mean I'm channeling so much as I'm working with him. It's like a back and forth. Like I'm about to say a word and he'll say that's the right word or not, and it'll go back and forth until he maybe gives me the correct word. But it should go pretty quickly. Okay, I have an issue with his first word, so just give me a minute. what we have known as doomsday or apocalypse of negative polarity is gone from all those beings' timelines who are listening to this now. You are also not invited to try to make up for this loss by considering how doomsday may still occur. You are free now. These past possibilities for those listening within this realm of more light awareness bubble of this show, this transmission of Elizabeth, that is no longer on the table. It hasn't been there for a while. Ashtar, I'm going to specify, I'm going to say I for him rather than just to make it easier, because that's how he's asking me to say words, but I still have to listen to them for myself. Ashtar has been working with those beings in contrast who basically have changed their minds, who have basically given up, who have basically kneeled and put their palms up saying, what do we do now? This is not all. This is just several. He's basically gotten lots of inside information. Some he already knew, but some that reflect greater details. There is a presence I know, Julien knows about, called archons. And their matrix, as in handlehold, if you imagine hands gripping the earth, two hands, that net is disintegrating. There's more than just holes in it, but they're becoming very non-functional per what they understand. They can only focus on small regions of the earth, certain countries and whatnot. The United States is still the number one target. But around the world, there are other countries that have been almost completely let go of. This doesn't mean that those that were positioned, beings that were positioned in those countries, are not coasting on the original programming, but they are freer to listen to their heart now with regards as to what to do now. These are the people that Ashtar has been, and Ashtar Command have been connecting with. There are families that people will be aware of that control certain projects with regards to maintaining the 3D illusion. These families are facing a kind of resistance they've never understood before. And that is people from within those groups willing to speak their mind and their heart with regards to decisions being made. There is an overall consensus that speaking your mind and heart now will not get you whipped. That's not completely true for all, but that is what's emerging. That no longer are there truly heinous masters that will punish you for offering insightful new approaches. These insightful new approaches are not in regards to how to control the population more. They are in the direction of saying that there are more humane approaches to how holding the information back can be done. So in essence, there is more humaneness building at this time. This extends to approximately 2 months in the past. There is still attempts for war, but they are extremely transparent. In Ashtar Command and the Andromedans are seen to make sure there's leaks in the information so that should people want or seek a possibility that does not lie in the mainstream, that there is abundant opportunities to see the alternative. There's only one major factor with your average population, and that is to find their hearts, to choose to be in their hearts more than to accept a negative projected reality that they should accept. One of the greatest cruxes is that it is selfish. The concept that it is selfish to look the other way when there is pain. That concept is what's being worked on right now. This is a very significant energetic theme right now. And it's not about looking the other way. It's about knowing that despair does not lead to progress, ever. It only creates a slingshot effect. And that is, and Aidan's kicking in right now, he's saying the slingshot effect is what we're looking at. That people are tired of being tired. That they want their energy back, that they want good reasons to live, and they're finding it in their local surroundings, he says. Not in society on a greater whole. They're finding their happiness more locally. And their relationships in the past several months have been, well, since the beginning of the year basically, have been strained. And there's been a lot of shuffling around of people that people are associating with and basically upgrading their happiness quotient by surrounding themselves or spending time with people they get along with better. Almost nobody are finding people that are worse off for them at this point. Going back to Ashtar, he says there's two things you wanted to share specifically today. One is that there are no heroes. The hero that will help you the best is you. Second, there is something about our children right now that is changing. And he wants you to watch the children right now. There's some kind of arrangement with the higher beings and souls of children right now where they are going to sort of take more responsibility or pick up some of the mantle of the energetic need for positivity. There is, everybody's watching, he's saying. Everybody's watching and lending their energetic support. There are a large collection of angels, and you can say they've been very busy for the last 15, 20 years. But there are people that are passing on, people who have lived in these times in the past 20 years that are sort of applying for their angel visa, I'm getting, to actually support humanity closely as angels. So there's like some kind of graduating class where people who have lived as humans and have known about this time have lived enough human life to serve as angels from the broader realms. And that's what I'm getting. The point is that that's picking up. He has closing statements, but we can do questions now. Elizabeth?
Okay, here I am. So these questions, I have 3 questions, and I have a little bit of audio to prelude a couple of the questions. And these questions are positive, and we're on the theme of the day. What the theme is painting, and it's really cool. So, and that'll give you a little bit of break to Julien and Ashtar and Pleiadians. So now these questions are based on Pleiadians and others that Julien communicates, and Ashtar now, with observation ship. So there'll be observation questions. And this has to do with the pole shift. Now, the pole shift is positive. You'll see how that's painted, which I believe, and hopefully you'll confirm that, guys. And I want to play a snip of Cynthia, and she really specifically describes the pole shift and what's that about. It'll start, it's like 20 minutes long. It'll start out with a little ditty from me. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Oh, okay.
I'll be listening and observing.
Sure, thank you. It'll start out with a little ditty from me, and then Cynthia will just describe briefly who we are on Earth, and then she'll go into the pole shift and a little bit of scientific of the pole shift of what she studied on. And then I have a question regarding that, you guys, what we hear. So let me start that up. over and over again. And remember, when you're in, like, my situation now, I may be losing my job, and I got a 30-day notice to move out.
I didn't mean it there.
And just listen to that over and over again. That'll encourage you when you're in situations like I just said. And don't judge it. Just go with the flow. So thus, I didn't say I was going to, I said I wasn't going to sing my little song, but I'm going to sing a little bit what's developed. It goes right with what Franco was talking about. That's been very encouraging to me. Listen to that over and over again. Beautiful day, beautiful experiences. Live in the now. Trust, don't judge, just play. Let that sink in. Sing it over and over. It's really good. So there's more to that. Okay, guys? All right, so now just remember what Franco was just talking about. We're still staying on that subject. Here's a little snip of my dear friend Cynthia and Carol Davis on the call.
Are you hearing that okay, Julian? Is it too blurry?
He talks about the pole shift, and it's not a bad thing. And
I can hear it just fine.
How we are changing our DNA, and it goes with what Franco said, too. Just let's listen to this little, probably 5-6 minutes. Here we go. Okay, but the Thursday night calls, I'm going to try them for 2 more weeks, I think, this week and then. And we're going to do it differently. People that come on the call. Okay. And let me just wait. It's about a minute in. Sorry about that. Some of them moved off. And then after this, we're going to go into another part of the same subject with, I forgot his name. You'll hear it. It has to be a call. Okay, I'm just trying to, I can't move it because it will mess up. So there's about 30 seconds left here. Beautiful day, beautiful experiences. Live in the now. Trust. Don't judge. Just play. And everything, you guys. Just play. And everything. This is me encouraging myself, too. Especially now. You know, everything hits you at once. Okay. Coming up. Sorry, guys. This is a wonderful lady, Carol. She's done calls. It started out 5 days a week for like 8-9 years. Wow, she's done a lot. And she put out a lot and awakened a lot of people. So thank you, Carol Davis. We love you. And thank you, Cynthia. Here we go.
I'm most definitely with you, the best.
Yes, good. I'm going to turn it over to you, sweetheart. All right.
Thank you so much, Carol, and thank you so much for the call so far tonight. It was just beautiful to listen to, and thank you to everyone that shared. I am just overwhelmed with gratitude. I truly am. I think we're all masters on this call. I know that we've been wounded, and sometimes that woundedness is in our own self-esteem. But whatever the woundedness may or may not be, physical, emotional, mental, spiritual, that is the chunk of the pie that we took on of the mass consciousness to transmute. And, of course, as you know, the theme of these calls always has been miraculous healing, miraculous rescue. And even though we've been programmed for many, many generations to feel helpless and to project all authority outside of ourselves, you know, we took it on. I mean, I heard from a very great yogi years and years and years ago that there were trillions of souls just clamoring to incarnate here at this time. That's that. And the only souls that were allowed to come were the ones who were really the most advanced. Because it was known, the type of spiritual warfare that would be going on the planet. And there were these very high advanced souls who vied for the position of a leprosy beggar in India on the streets of Calcutta. I mean, any incarnation here was seen as a rare opportunity. Now, in my mind, and I'm leading into the astrology for tonight, in my mind, when I learned that many decades ago, I said, what on earth? Why would anybody in their right mind subject themselves to this kind of torture? That's it. And I got back several answers. One was that the souls who were chosen to incarnate here were so advanced that their desire to come here was to bring healing to this realm, to bring healing to this realm. They were willing to incarnate here, go through the veil of forgetfulness, and subject themselves to all kinds of misery in order to download what was wrong and come through with what would fix it. And I just want to do a quick news update before I get into the astrology, because I think it will make the astrology more understandable. I've been real big on the pole shift, and I have an inside contact with one of the airports in Florida, big airport. And this contact, I reported last Wednesday night, said that her friends who worked at one of these airports had said they had gone from changing their equipment for the GPS at the magnetic direction of north.
This call was just done Wednesday, so you know. This is fresh info.
3 weeks ago.
Yeah.
From once a month to once a week. And she visited me again just day before yesterday. And I said, well, what is your friend saying? Has it speeded up anymore? And she looked at me with a strange look on her face, and she said, guess what? I said, what? She said, my friend is under a gag order. She cannot talk about it. What does that tell you? I mean, that's volumes right there. That speaks more than 1 million words. You know, they went from adjusting their equipment for these airports once a month to once a week, and now they're under a gag order. They're not allowed to talk about it. And there's all this military equipment coming into the country, but it's coming from people that are known to be working for the new, it's coming from people who are known to understand about the dark forces, and they're working against them. And I feel very encouraged. But the real news tonight, and I hesitate to go into this because I really want to stick to the astrology, but it does interface. So I'm just going to go ahead. I've been on the internet. I've been researching the Quotient. And I've been getting feedback from like the Native American Indians and the Mayans, and now from brain researchers and scientists. And it's the only time I can ever remember that everyone has agreed and been of one mind. all these so-called experts in different fields. And when I heard about the gag order at the airport, it was like, bingo. And, I can't guarantee any of this is true. Until something happens, it's just pure speculation. But back in the late 60s when the whole hippie thing happened, when Pluto and Uranus were conjuncting, I got thrown into the whole hippie thing. I mean, it was unbelievable. I was, straight A and B student, always straight A's in conduct. I was the most obedient child you'd ever met in your life. I never shoplifted. I was a virgin. I went to church every Sunday. It was just, I was squeaky clean. And when I was 17 or 18, I had to run away from home. And it was just at the peak of the hippie revolution in Atlanta, Georgia. And there were visions that came upon me that changed my life. And I understood at the time that in conventional reality I'd be considered crazy. But these visions that came upon me were real, and I knew it. And if it meant I was crazy, then so be it. I was crazy. But I knew that these were real. And the visions that I saw coincide with what I'm hearing about the pole shift from the brain specialist in psychology and biophysics and things, and from these ancient prophecies. Now, these dogs know not to do this. Hold on just a second. They know better. Hold on. Okay, they quit to their credit. Anyway, everybody's saying the same thing. The biblical prophecies, the Mayan prophecies, the Native American Indian prophecies, the scientists with the pole shift, the people who study the magnetic fields of the earth and the brain of humans and animals, they're all saying the same thing. And I'm just in a nutshell, because I think we covered it last week, and I don't want to, take too much time. The Earth goes through a pole reverse 2 to 3 times every million years. And the last pole reversal we had was 720,000 years ago, so we're way overdue. And when we go through a pole reversal, the magnetic field around the Earth that protects us from incoming rays and waves, it gets weaker and weaker and weaker. And at the moment of the reversal, which everybody is agreeing is 3 days. I mean, the scientists can't agree to it, obviously, because they have no way of knowing. It's just been 720,000 years, but all these different prophecies and the Bible and all that say 3 days of darkness, blah, 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 blah. They're agreeing, at least. And remember, when the spirit doctors do work on our etheric bodies, it takes 72 hours exactly. So even that agrees. But anyway, during the actual reversal, the poles start shifting slower, then faster, then faster, then faster. And then at the moment of the reversal, for a very short period of time, in a twinkling of an eye, so to speak, the magnetic field goes to zero, and then it flips, and then it builds back up again. Well, what I've been studying this past week is what happens to us when the magnetic field around the Earth goes to zero. And fortunately for all of us, there are researchers who have experimented on the electromagnetic effects of magnetic fields on the brain. And, we're connected to the Earth. We breathe her air. Her gravity keeps us here. What happens to her happens to us. and we're electromagnetic beings. So when the magnetic field goes to zero, what happens is we go into a deep delta brainwave state of just pure being. And the beta, the alpha, and the theta brainwave states for 3 days, if the prophecies are correct, however long it is that the magnetic field is at zero, do not function. Because, as you know, that's electrical impulses. That's what EEGs are. And because we're connected to the Earth's magnetic field, when it goes to zero, all those different brainwave functions go to zero. 2. And we go into almost a zero state ourselves. In fact, I'm not going to even say almost. I'm going to say we do. The Earth's magnetic field goes to zero, and our brainwave state goes to zero. Now, what is a zero brainwave state? It's called delta. It's called the deep delta brainwave state. And believe it or not, we actually enter it every night in deep dreamless sleep. And if we don't enter it every night in deep dreamless sleep, after about 10 days we begin to die, because it's in that brainwave state that our bodies heal. And so humans and animals and everything, if it's 3 days, I'm just, we're what ifing here. For 3 days, for 72 hours, we will go into a deep, dreamless state of just pure being, which we go into every night anyway, so it's not going to kill us. It's going to actually restore us. And what the prophecies say, from the Bible it says in the twinkling of an eye, everything will be made perfect, that our sins will be made white as snow, that the crooked shall be made straight. It goes right in line with what Jesus spoke about the second coming. But it's not just the Bible, which is, Judeo-Christian Islam. It's also the Mayans, and it's the Native American Indians, and it's the people over there in India and China. They all have the same prophecies. We all have the same prophecies. And it coincides, hopefully, I'm hoping, as we're all hoping, with this pole shift thing going on. Now, the pole shift thing going on is an actual thing going on. Whether it's the prophecies or not, the pole shift is happening. And it's very, very interesting. But from what I'm seeing from the scientific point of view, they do correlate, these prophecies. And keep in mind that pole shifting of the Earth is a natural thing, and it's happened before. So it would make sense that in these ancient traditions, hopefully it would make sense that would be passed down. But anyway, what is going to happen from the experts I've been able to, get on YouTube and this and that and the other is this. The magnetic field is going to go to zero, and we're going to all go into a state of just pure being. You could call it a comatose state, but that has a negative connotation. I would prefer to say we're going into a deep, deep sleep for 72 hours, even in animal and everything. And in that deep, deep sleep, we're going to rejuvenate. Everything's going to rejuvenate. And the most radical thing that I've been able to find this past week is that it's going to activate the latent DNA. Now, in the studies of these great yogis that can do miracles, when they've been able to run tests on them, it's found that they have activated more of their DNA than the average person. But everybody has the DNA that the yogis have. It's just that most people 95% of it is latent. It's not activated. And I'm skipping over a lot of material here, but bottom line is what it looks like to me is possible is that our latent 95% of DNA is going to be activated. Now, when that, and this is my interpretation, but it's not just me, it's a lot of people, when that activation occurs, we're going to walk the earth as beings of light. We're going to be following in the footsteps of Christ. It's exactly what he said. He said, all that I do, you shall do and more. Buddha said the same thing. All the great masters have said the same thing. They said, we're ordinary just like you, and we've gone into enlightenment, and we can do all these great miracles, and you're going to go into enlightenment too, and you're going to do these great miracles. And it looks like this is it on a biological level. And if it is, after those 3 days, when the magnetic field is rebuilding, we're going to wake up and be able to think again. But it's going to be with that 95% of our DNA actually working.
What?
I mean, we're going to be beyond the great yogis. We're going to be clairvoyant, clairaudient, clairsentient. We're going to have the gifts of the Spirit fully activated. We are going to be sons and daughters of God. Now, as sons and daughters of God, fully enlightened, what are we going to do? Well, use your imagination. So, with that having been said, just to justify my position here, to argue on my behalf, think how tired everybody is. I'm certainly tired. I heard Carol say she was. I've been hearing it all around from people. And not only tired, but forgetful. Like when you get up to go to another room, you can't remember what you were going in there for. This is typical of the Earth's magnetic field collapsing. Because as it collapses, our brainwave activity collapses. Now, if it was just me, I would think, oh my God, I've got early onset Alzheimer's, I'm forgetful. But it's not just me. It's happening to young people. It's happening to all kinds of people. Here's some of the symptoms I'm hearing. One, stuff is happening in my life and in their life that normally would get us very upset, and we're finding we're not anywhere near as upset. There's a strange sense of peace. That's happening pretty much across the board. Like when Pam's saying, oh, well. Oh, boy. Hold on a second.
And she's going to add one more thing about another question.
Immediately, that was good. But this sense of tiredness, what's happening is as the magnetic field of the Earth is decreasing to the point that employees at big airports are being told not to talk about what they're having to do with their equipment. It's that intense. Our brainwave activity is decreasing as well. Now, what does that mean? Well, from what I can study, I've bought a bunch of books. When we have habit patterns, the brain forms what's called neural nets, NETs. It's these networks of well-worn pathways of thoughts and emotions and associations. And if these neural nets are not used pretty regularly, they begin to weaken and deteriorate. And that's how you can change habits.
Well, they're well-worn nets, and that's
right now that are coming off are the programs, the mindsets that we've been brainwashed with, the veils. But now when we're starting to think a different way and we're not using them, so this is what she's talking about, then they'll fall off. The mindsets, veils, programs. That's the Abraham materials. Train yourself to think positive thoughts and to expect positive things rather than negative. As you're actually collapsing the neural nets of depression and fear and paranoia, and you're actually strengthening neural networks of faith and positive expectation. But as the Earth's magnetic field weakens, the activity in our brain weakens. As the activity in our brain weakens, we go deeper and deeper into what's called a parasympathetic state. And a parasympathetic state is vegetative. It's like a possum that sleeps a lot. And you might say, well, this is not good, but I totally argue. I totally disagree with you. Because it's in the parasympathetic state that we heal, that our cells replenish, that our immune system, it's energy, folks. We either put out energy to make the phone calls, get in the car, drive, do this, do this, do this, do this. Fine. It does all wonderful things. That's the sympathetic nervous system. But when the body needs to heal from stress or any other cause, the fluoride in the water, whatever, it needs that energy. And at night when we sleep, we enter the parasympathetic state primarily, and the body can heal. And what I'm seeing right now is healing. A spontaneous remission of creation itself. Because I don't think, and I'm waiting to see, like you are, more information revealed, but from what I've been able to get, I would be, let me put it this way, I would be very surprised if Earth were the only place that is suffering. I think there are whole star systems suffering. Whatever it was that hit Earth, and I'm going to call it the death ray. This death cult, I think, has been somewhat systemic in an area of creation that's larger than the Earth. To be honest, all these ETs that, they're trying to cover up, I mean, I believe they're here to help us, and I believe, they're here in one, the highest good of all concerned, but I also believe that they are affected by whatever it is affecting us, and that this is a mutual community effort, community meaning a community of planets, maybe even galaxies, that's healing something that needs to be healed. Now, I don't know if this is true or not, and Carol, I'm going to mute out here in case anyone else has heard more, but it's unsubstantiated, but I heard it from Fulford, and I heard it from somebody else, that Bush Sr. passed away last Friday. And then I heard as well that Henry Kissinger went in for heart surgery in New York. Now, I mean, if George Soros gets added to that, that's going to be impressive. I mean, just those two are impressive. And again, like I said, it's unsubstantiated. But I think it's significant if this is true, even if it's just a rumor that we can't verify. These are two of the, generals, if you will, of this army that has been assigned to basically bring death to this sector of creation. And their whole thingy-do was immortality. So all their rituals and the industries they were associated with had to do with immortality. And, of course, they were fed, misinformation, because there is only the one being and there is life. It was fed misinformation, but it was an information snafu. Just an information glitch that affected, from what I can see, a large sector, well, maybe not large in the overall scheme of things, but galaxies and eons. There's just been billions and billions and billions of beings. It's like a systemic infection. It's like AIDS in the whole sector of creation. And I think one of the reasons, oh boy, I'm rambling on. I need to get to the astrology, but anyway, and I do need to go get a cup of tea to what my result. But I think one of the reasons that we chose to come down here under these horrendous conditions and suffer as we have is because we love enough. Our spiritual advancement is such that we love enough that we knew we could conquer this thing. And we had enough faith and love that even if we come down here as infants with a veil of forgetfulness, and even if we're subjected to all this stuff from our parents and our society and suffer the way that we have, that there was something in us, there was a spark so immortal and so omnipotent and so connected that we had formed over many lifetimes of spiritual mastery, that we had faith that we could come down here, that we could overcome it all with love. And I think we all need to pat ourselves on the back.
Okay. There's 3 questions in there. But
okay.
I want to come back to Henry Kissinger and Bush Sr. supposedly dying. That has to do with the bad energy, so to speak, decreasing in the world, if that was a fact. But go back to the pole shift. Now, just to recap, 3 weeks ago, from her intel person, they've been taking the information away from us from the Soho and what the microscopes, the space of what the pole shift is really doing. But 3 weeks ago, they were on a gag order now to not even show, or not even talk about what the pole shift is doing. Basically, what I understand, the Earth's going one way, it's slowing down, and it's almost slowed down, and then it stops to 0 point for 3 days. And she says basically going to delta brainwaves and sleep for 3 days, but not actually sleep, but we're just like in that delta brainwave. And then the Earth starts turning the other way, the opposite way. And the way Dorothy Cannon describes it is it actually, when it's turning one way, it stops to 0 point for 3 days, and then starts turning the opposite way. But what it's doing is like at the 0 point and starts turning the opposite way, we're at like the 9 month, at birthing. We're like at mitosis. The Earth's at mitosis, and it's separating into 2 Earths. And then you heard what, our changes would be. So my question is, as an observation ship, do you guys know how close we are to 0 point? And from what I take from what you've said so far, we're kind of close.
What they're going to talk about is going to be some specific answers and some maybe not directly to the planet turning another direction. They don't see the planet changing direction. What they do understand is the magnetic field coming down, and the magnetic field also affects solar rays that hit the Earth. So they want to talk a little bit about the solar rays. First off, you may or may not have seen pictures of ships near the sun, and that might have caused occlusions, or that could be seen, blocking the visible light from like a solar flare or something like that. Well, their technology and where they are, they don't get burned by the sun. There's a reason for that. Is the sun is basically like a person, okay? And like a person, if you're resonant with the person, you're not going to fight with the person. And what we understand as a big ball of fire and burning and damage and high temperatures is actually just a lot of energy, okay? And essentially, if you're in vibration with that quotient of energy, then it actually doesn't affect you. You're essentially resonant and able to work with it. Now, really what we're facing here, according to Pleiadians and my own experiences with my higher being and other basically paths that I've been down, is that we are going to be receiving more energy through the sun as a guidance, but then more that will trigger our DNA to open up so that there's more energy coming through our DNA. Our DNA are basically like stargates. They have energy that comes through, and we recognize this as the energy coming through the chakras. And so energy comes through into the physical and becomes the physical form. It slows down, and it becomes what we understand as the physical form. So it's as if light energy from beyond, from our soul, from our etheric body, from, you could understand as our aura as well as another way to see it, it becomes physicalized. It becomes so coalesced and so dense that it gives us something that we can, see, feel, taste, and touch. And literally what is occurring, per what they're sharing, is that we are have been a part of the sun's magnetic state. The Earth and the sun together are going to continue to shift. Earth is actually a being as well, and has its own magnetic nature, which we're talking about, the poles, and that is going to aid us in shifting, but it's actually not going to move faster than our ability to cope with it. So the speed at which this shift that comes for us and affects our brains is a partnership with both the sun and the earth. So it's not going to take us unwillingly. It's going to take us as it suits. Now, this gets into something that gets a little bit more complicated, and that's timelines. Okay? Timeline is always individual. We talk about the group timelines, the planet's timelines, timelines which are basically projected futures that are most likely, and it's based on the path that we've already taken. So what we understand as our potential future is sort of like a journey along a straight line, except it's hard for us to understand what that line looks like because we have so many emotional states that actually make it look like that we're, in each emotional state that we have, from being angry to sad to angry or whatever, when you're sad and depressed, the world could be coming to an end. And in that timeline, if you were to remain in that state, the world would come to an end. But in your exhilarated, childish playing on the playground state, the world is expanding and, everything is becoming greater. So because we move around in our different states of mind that are perceptively negative to positive, we're actually experiencing pulls in multiple timelines. And within the timelines, okay, the only thing that's constant, the only thing that actually doesn't move is you. You're at the center of your own relative universe. Everyone is at the center of their own universe. So in fact, you're sort of like a star journeyer, and even the Earth is attracted to you. And there are infinite number of Earths, and there's infinite number of people, but there's only you. There's only you in the place that you are right now, and there's infinite numbers of experiences you can have. There's infinite past yous, and there's infinite future yous. But right now, the present you is the only one that matters, and everything that is in concert, which is resonant to you, is what's going to show up. So you're a complex being. You is not just one thing. You are a lot of things. You're a composition of a lot of thoughts, lots of memories that you hold and you store. You're also a composition of lots of perceptions and a lot of projections and a lot of anticipations and expectations. You're basically a very complex story. And you live the proclivity of everything that's attracted to you from being that way. And essentially, when we get to the subject of pole shift, it will happen when you journey to that experience. So it'll happen when it's a perfect concert to when you're ready. It's almost like talking about the symptom and not the cause. You are the cause. Pole shift occurs when you're ready for that. And essentially, this information saying the information needs to be blocked because there's data that suggests that it's happening more and more and more. That's the picture of you. You are growing. That's your exponential shift. That's the information directly about you saying that you are progressing more rapidly. And this old reality, this old control structure that would, since it's all around us, you should suspect that it would tell you that this is occurring. Why would they hide this information? Well, because that's part of what's going away. The limitations. Everything that I see, experience, and know, including verification from the Pleiadians, is that we are actually accessing more energy. More energy is coming through the DNA. Our DNA is shifting. More energy is coming through, but it's not just any old energy. It's energy more of who we are at the source of who we are. And the sun is who we are more at the source. The earth is more of who we are at the source. Yet it is still not truly us. But it does offer us support to be truly us. Okay? And as you become more truly you, and you have more energy, it's going to feel good. Kind of like if somebody hands you a pile of money. That's energy. It's very limited energy because you can only use the pile of money to do certain things. This is more universal energy. You're going to feel more empowered. You're going to feel more assured of yourself, who you are, and from that place, it'll appear that you're more free to do what you wish because you find out more that it's always happening that way anyhow. You've just been invited to wish perhaps something that someone else proposed for you, and now you don't need to anymore. The symbolic element of growing out of your parents' home by growing up and becoming an independent individual is very similar to this. It's like you can't go out and live in the world until you trust yourself. Now, your parents, and via old society, can tell you what you need to know in order to make it, but in the end, that's just one direction. Your parents only have one idea of how to go out and live in the world. And as you go out there, you realize, well, there's lots of people living the world a lot differently than the way your parents did. So in fact, that is part of the exploration of yourself. Well, how would you decide everything to be? And so the energy is being given to you, the freedom of choice, the freedom to make these decisions, and yet also explore it at the same time. Your higher being sees things that you wouldn't normally see. And one example of the higher being is, when you have an out-of-body experience. You see things the way the higher being does. And actually, it's very interesting because it kind of doesn't look at it from behind your eyes. It kind of looks at it from a bird's eye view. It doesn't look at things directly where you're centered from. That's for the five senses. Your higher being sees all around you, behind you. It sees more than where you put your five sense focus to. Okay? And really what everything I'm getting is that you're getting more access to that knowledge, to that perspective, to that part of you. Now, when you dream, you leave the five senses behind, and you begin to journey the journey that your soul and your higher being get involved in. Now, your higher being has a specific identity relative to your body's identity. Not everyone's higher being talks the same way. So they all sound very fluffy and light and lighthearted and interested in a lot of the same things, but it also has very specific interests, just like your ego has specific interests and your mind has specific interests over your neighbors. Higher beings are not precisely what you call neutral, okay? They're interested in things for you, and they arrange your experiences with you in concert with you. But they are perceptibly less intense than your awake five-sense modality mind. That's what matters more to you now. But should you begin to adopt higher mind information and allowance, then you'll start to see your inner wisdom begins to help steer your body into experiences that you're more interested in. So I went about the long way around, but it really comes down to the pole shift is real because you heard about it, because you observe it, because it matters to you. The pole shift may not matter to you at all. It may not affect you. And that may just be an option. And in your reality, that will never happen. But in this place and time, pole shift is seen as a support system. Now, the 3 days of darkness can happen or don't have to happen. Essentially, when you're dreaming, you're in another body. You're in a body that is not physically dense like the one you're in now. Literally, not as much coalesced energy per square inch as you might understand, okay? The sun is a more dense version of you. It's a super dense amount of energy that you can observe, right? Super dense, lots of energy pouring off of it. It's absolutely enormous. Well, you're a star too, and you're a collection of energy in much the same way, only when you look at the star and you see it as greater, you see the sun as greater, that's just sort of like you not incorporating all of your nature as God altogether, where the sun has done a little bit more than that. And so the sun, just like being a being, has a lot more energy than you. So you're literally bringing in more light. And the sun itself has brought everything to this experience, and the earth is the secondary person that has brought everything. Without the sun, there would be no earth. There would be no life on earth. And without earth's balance and resonance, you wouldn't have an experience here. And yet there's life that has been and still is on the other planets in our solar system. We're just not in the energetic equivalent of density as theirs. Okay? Did you know there's beings that live on Venus? There's beings that live on Mars, but they're not like us. And you won't see them with a telescope. You need to be vibrationally equivalent to them. This is what the Pleiadians are too. They're humans, and they're very, very close to our relevant resonances and can relate to us. But they are still in a place where their energy is not matching ours. It matches ours only to a degree. And in order for us to have an exchange, it needs to be a bit more lighter. Words are lighter than them speaking them over the airwaves to you right now. My words are lighter. Their experience is no less real than a dream, but you also have to understand that dreams are real too, and that also what you consider your imagination is your access to the lighter, less dense realms. As you invite your experience of the lighter, less dense realms and other dimensions, you coalesce them here. All our technologies wouldn't exist if they didn't exist in a lighter realm variation. They all got coalesced here, and they all got played with here. Everything that you basically consider a human experience and not an animal experience, that is you distributing your broader knowledge and connection in a greater capacity than the animal kingdom does, and even greater capacity than the plant kingdom does or the mineral kingdom does. You are literally a broader being with broader access, and we are going through a phase right now of becoming broader, and that's what you chose, and so that's why you're here. You're here for this time. If you're not so interested, maybe you want to do it a little bit more trivially, go back to the caveman type era, you could do that sort of thing. But you're here because you are waking up. You're here because you are seeking to understand, and in understanding you find the nuggets of truth that lead you to yourself. So what do I see? We're downloading our higher beings. And that comes through also in energy form. And that energy, when energy flows, it feels good. That is why we have the positive emotional spectrum. That's why our body reacts and gives us physical evidence that we feel good. A smile on our face, our heart pumping. It is literal energy that is coming through the DNA, and that's triggered through our thoughts being able to guide that, and sometimes not even our thoughts. We can feel good and we may not even know why we feel good. We might shed a tear and not even be able to intellectualize why that's occurring, but that doesn't mean the energy isn't coming through. Okay? So when we talk about being positive and feeling good, why is that a good idea? Why is that ideal? Because that's literally more energy. When we talk about raising vibration, that's because you're not actually raising your vibration, believe it or not. That's a little bit odd for me to say that. Vibration, we live in a greater vibration. There's more oscillations of the energy going on in our dimensional state of existence. There's more, it's more frequent. There's a higher hum. Okay? When we're raising our vibration, that means we're giving more energy to our state right now, and there's more energy, so the hum is actually going to increase. That does not mean that we become lighter. It means that we're actually allowing in more lighter energy. So what's the easiest energy to bring in? The energy that would be perceived as formless, and that is from the broader places. The broader places have a lighter energy, our dream space, our dreamscapes, our etheric and our astral, lighter, coming into this existence, giving us more density. We're actually going to become more dense. And that's why they say crystalline bodies. Even though it appears we're going to be lighter, that's only in relative concert to the notion that gravity has an effect on us. When we have our own stronger gravitational field, other gravitational fields will appear to have less of an effect on us. I've gone on ranting. You probably still have questions. Elizabeth?
Yes, I'm here. Wow. I have to listen to that one again. Thank you for that.
Okay.
So, you talk about we're moving individually in concert with the pole shift, and we're like working together with the pole shift. But is that also on a collective?
It's ideal to have reflections of you in other people, but you're actually doing it alone. Other people are just different parts of you that matter to you.
So it's on the collective conscious.
The collective conscious is also you. It's your recognition of your similarity with all that is. The collective consciousness of humans may not involve Pleiadians, yet they're part of collective consciousness too. It's just a larger range of association in which you can see yourself.
Right.
Okay?
So my question is, a pole shift has happened before, and now we know this, what happens, right, what's happening now with that we're involved in highly, each of us individually. So a pole shift, what we learned, the Earth is turning one way. It slows down the process, stops, and then starts slow, and going faster the opposite way. How far are we? I mean, can you tell, or is
that's an individual story for each person.
Okay.
So
we're all one.
We could talk about collectively where you and I are and where the average listener may be. But it's also up to them to decide if that's good enough for them. Maybe they want it faster, maybe they want it slower.
Right.
I'm suspecting just simply by this information coming into concert at the same time as the information from the Pleiadians regarding the light bulb analogy, I think we're dealing with the later part of this year, beginning of next year.
Absolutely. And I was astounded when you guys talked about that, Julien and the Pleiadians and Ashtar and others. And what I played with Cynthia, it all goes, together. So we're all in sync. And it's encouraging to everybody.
You cannot not be. That's what I've also noticed. You can't not be in sync. You can only just be a little bit puzzled about it, which takes you can take a little bit of contemplation or inward looking, and you can find the reason. One of the trippiest things that became so phenomenally important to me is to realize that we're in a dream. Now, in a dream, in order to analyze dreams, if you do any reading books about analyzing dreams, is everything is symbolic. Anything that you can remember is shown in symbology. And why is it symbolic? Because it's an experience that you may not understand when you wake up because it's a completely different world. Okay? But when you're awake and when you're here with your five senses, you say that was a car. But it wasn't a car in there. Symbolically, it was a modality of travel, okay? It doesn't have to be specifically a car, but as a modality of travel, it's symbolic, okay? The cars in our reality are also a modality of travel, and yet there's truth behind what is traveling. What is the energetic purpose behind traveling? And for each person, it's different. For us, traveling in a car is not the same as traveling in a car in a dream. In a dream, it's got a very specific purpose, and we only think about that one little purpose. But for us, a car is many, many things. It is comfort. It is wind in our hair. It is getting to work. It is, embodying the energy of all these things that the vehicle is, depending on where your vehicle is, where you're traveling, a highway, a dirt road, through the woods. It's all different sorts of things. So we live in a highly, highly complex symbolic environment. And, psychology tries to break these down into things that we can measure and understand, and that's fine. But almost the only symbol that makes any relevance is the one that you attribute to it in this moment, in this present moment where you're taking time to observe it. Almost like your past doesn't matter nearly as much as right now. Because what you'll see is not necessarily logical. It's like your higher being is sort of like keying you into what you should be seeing right now. So that's what matters. Always in the present. Whatever you see right now, and whatever you see, not necessarily what others, they can help you, but whatever you see is your message, is your higher being. It doesn't get it wrong. All it has is, right now you're in a state of mind where you're only going to understand it this much, and so we'll give it to you so you can get this level of message. The message is always perfect. We just almost basically have been taught not to believe what comes through the space of our mind and imagination if it doesn't make logical sense. Well, symbolically and symbology and dreams, dreams don't make sense half the time. They just start changing the rules, flip of a coin. We live in this same thing. We live in one of those places. Things can flip at the drop of a hat. Only we live in dense energetic reality. And without mastering energy, without mastering our ability to attract and perceive, things move slowly, perceptively. I give the analogy of living at the bottom of the ocean and trying to walk about and move your arms. It's really, you're like moving slow, like a giant, It's really hard to move around and get anything done and see very far because the water and the light, it doesn't get through. It's like we're living at the bottom of the ocean. Where we're going is living above the ocean, where we can see very far. We can see miles. Okay? And things are there's not so much pressure. There's more fluidity. There's more flexibility. It appears to be a lighter environment, but really no. It's in concert. You can still go to the bottom of the ocean, but what you'll have is greater access to your personal field of energy, your personal reality. No longer will you be afloat among the stars. You will be a star, and you will choose your journey more and more and more as you develop and discover your own ability to be responsible for that. Currently, we live in a reality where someone else has taken responsibility for our creations. They know how reality works. Illuminati, that's basically saying that they're more illuminated than us, which is to say they have more access to the broader information. Now, over time, they've begun to forget it, and all they've got are spells. All they've got are basically, do this and you'll get this, because they themselves have forgotten that they're in a place where everything is possible and nothing is wrong and anything is up to you the moment that you're in a position to actually take full responsibility for manifesting, attracting, and running it. But since, till that point, they still act, quote unquote, a little bit like our parents in deciding what the rules of the house are until you move out. And once you move out of the house, then you get what you want.
Freedom.
It could be freedom, or it could be fearful.
Discovery.
You might be afraid of what it takes to go move out of your parents' home. But little by little, you take that journey. You build your confidence.
Yes. Thank you. And again, as we sit here listening, each of us in our conscious self, it may seem confusing, but I want to encourage you, our higher self understands exactly everything Julien and the Pleiadians and everybody's saying. And so, again, listen to your self-talk. Tell yourself you understand exactly what Julien's saying, and even higher what Julien and the Pleiadians are saying. You understand even more of that, and watch what you get. And that's a positive self-talk, right? Thank you for that astounding answer. So, encouragement.
Can
I go on to the next one?
Absolutely.
Okay. So the next question has to do with what you guys talked about earlier and some current events that your observation showed. Some current events and exactly all the stuff that you encouraged us with what's going on. And this is only 11-minute audio, and it's blogged. If you want to listen to the whole thing, it's David Wilcock. He did it on July 17th. It's fresh encouragement. And then I have a statistics question from what we hear from this. Okay?
Yeah, let's see what we get.
All right. Oops. I just want to say it was blogged on August 7th. It says, this is good stuff. Talk about encouraging. And that's a David Wilcock if you want to listen to the full one. So it's keyed up here. Here we go.
Seems like it's weekly, isn't it?
Yeah. They're definitely getting us ready for something. And the thing is, most people don't have the slightest clue how big of a paradigm shift we're going to go through. Within 20 to 25 years, money is going to be absolutely obsolete, if not before then. You won't even remember. It's like kids now don't even remember CDs, much less cassette tapes and Sony Walkman. You're not even going to remember money if you're born 25 years from now. It won't even be a thought because you're going to have a materializer, and if you want an object, you just think about it, and it shows up in the little room, and you pull it out and start using it. And then when you're done, you just put it back in, and it dematerializes again.
It was funny. We had Michio Kaku on recently, and his book, I believe, The Future of the Mind. And it was very interesting to me how this was done kind of nonchalantly because, people, let's say, like yourself and many others who have been out there talking about these, let's say, beyond material levels of communication and that the potential of not just, human beings today, but certainly for generations is so much beyond the five senses, et cetera. And, of course, that's marginalized and mocked and dismissed. And then, a guy like Michio Kaku, who is obviously, a very well-regarded, accepted mainstream scientist, comes out with a book called The Future of the Mind. In it, chapters on telepathy, chapters on telekinesis, chapters on consciousness, and talk, very, again, matter-of-factly how, oh, yeah, telekinesis, we're doing that in labs right now. We're sending signals from here to Japan and whatever. And I'm like, well, I don't remember the 6 o'clock news report that came out that said, wait a sec, and we also want to issue a collective apology to all those people who have been talking about this for so long. It just kind of got slid in like the way that now, if you would talk to, the average person before about life existing beyond this planet, that was ridiculed and dismissed. Well, now, because of the overwhelming amount of evidence that you've just talked about, because of Hubble, because of our understanding of the scope, the infinite scope of the universe, hard to find somebody today now that will say that human beings are the only, species in the universe, but they'll, in the same sort of sentence, they'll say, oh, of course there's more species, but nobody's ever been here because scientifically you couldn't get here. And it's all kind of transitioned sort of quietly without anybody standing up and going, okay, it turns out we were wrong on a whole bunch of stuff.
Well, there's no way that you can avoid the eventual moment of truth from happening. There is going to be a day where everything changes. There will be a certain point, at some point, in which we have a point of no return, and that's the day that you get it if you haven't already gotten it. It's going to happen that way. There's no way that this can stay gradual forever. There's going to be some sort of breaking of the dam. And I think it could happen in a very surprising manner because we're never going to actually see that day until what you could call the New World Order or the cabal has had some sort of summary defeat. And there is a global alliance of countries headed by Russia, China, India, Brazil, South Africa. Germany is now very involved. France may actually turn out to be involved. Most of South America. It's big. And they are the ones that are responsible for the Snowden leaks. And there's a whole story behind that Snowden was actually working for the CIA, which I was told a long time ago. That only leaked recently, that he was actually a high-ranking agent. And he tried to come forward with WikiLeaks, and they said, well, we want you to take a job at Booz Allen Hamilton because that's where the biggest security hole is. He was ready to come forward before that, and they specifically asked him to go get that job so he could grab that data. So this was a coordinated intelligence operation. This was not one kid doing it on his own. I mean, give me a break. And there's a big thing going on here. And people really, people are not laughing at me anymore. That's the other thing. They used to laugh, but they're not laughing now because they're seeing it all unravel.
Well, one of the things you touched on, again, very eloquently in the synchronicity key is these quantum leaps in evolution in the past being very cyclical, not being just random. We're going to talk about that on the other side of the break. We're also going to talk about, the top of the pyramid and these, whoever these people are, that I think often people in this space, sort of defer to them with reverence as though they're infallible, as though they're omniscient, and that's the mistake. They're just technologically advanced beings, but they're as flawed and as egoic as we seem to be. More with David Wilcock on the other side of the break. This is What in the World, Sirius XM Channel 167.
Few minutes here.
Children waiting for the day that feels happy birthday, happy birthday. No one knows what it's like to be the bad man. to be the sad man behind blue eyes. No one knows what it's like to be hated, to be faded, telling only lies, but my dream.
Welcome back to What in the World with Richard Gardner on Canada Talks, Sirius XM 167.
And we're with author, researcher, sought-after speaker, scriptwriter, and musician, and many other things, David Wilcock, with us here on What in the World. And I know, David, that it's interesting to me that, let's say, whatever the percentage of people who are sort of on the other side, the majority, whether it's 5% or 10%, who have known probably most of their lives that this ain't it, there's something that just doesn't jive. As they get older, as they evolve personally, they start to do more research. They start to unravel a lot of the matrix. And then again, even within that, people can go in all sorts of different directions. But one of the things that I find interesting is that we project a God status on whoever, Illuminati, New World Order, whatever we want to call that group at the sort of, again, top of the pyramid, and who have been controlling the masses for a long time, for generations. And just like when you hear people talk about aliens, we just throw this very general term as though there's only one race. You know, people say, well, are aliens good or are they bad? Well, just like us, there's probably good aliens, there's bad aliens, there's smart aliens, there's whatever. And in this group, and it's only really recently I've found with your work that you've been breaking down, and I think very importantly to people out there, because now I think people understand this is winnable. Before it was, well, we're up against these gods who are super unified, who never make mistakes, they're 10 steps ahead of us, and they're just infallible. And again, just like us, as though, you know, we're infallible, but if you put us up against, you know, a race of sea turtles, we wouldn't be gods, but we'd certainly be technologically advanced beings compared to the turtles. These people, these controllers, this cabal that you talk about, David, they are not infallible. They're not unified. They make mistakes, do they not?
Yeah, I mean, they've got some great technology. They have the ability to look forward in time and see probabilities of the future. Hence, you have the 2000 election between Gore and Bush down to a few hanging chads in Florida. That's the result of them seeing what the outcome is going to be and manipulating the election. You know, and then it happened again in 2008. I mean, so this kind of stuff, they have some really advanced technology. They can see things coming that could hurt them. But the interesting part is, like you said, they are not infallible. They're making mistakes, and they're making increasingly dumb mistakes.
Three Stooges.
Flight 370 was a very dumb mistake, for example. It's a plane just freaking vanishes. There's no flotsam. There's no oil slick, you know, and there's all these holes in the official story. People saw it flying over an island that was putting it on a trajectory where it could have landed at the largest U.S. military base in the middle of the Indian Ocean, Diego Garcia. That appears to be what happened. And you have 20 guys who have cosmic clearance, which is 35 levels above President Obama, that were on that plane. And they were all working for a company called Freescale Semiconductor that used to be Motorola. And Freescale makes all of the main chips that are in the iPhone and many, many other things in our society. There's over 2 to 3 billion Freescale chips out there in consumer products right now. So I think what was going to happen, and not all the insiders I know agree with me on this, because nobody really knows for sure. This was obviously a very compartmentalized operation, but it appears that these guys were about to go over to China and spill the secrets of how to access the back door to those chips. Because if the alliance, which when I say alliance, I mean Russia, China, India, Brazil, and a bunch of other countries that are working to some degree with them, if the alliance got a hold of the basic NSA backdoor into all the electronic gizmos, they could shut the cabal down very quickly. The problem with the cabal building this perfect surveillance system is if it ever got into the quote-unquote wrong hands, it could be used against them. And now that the knowledge of it is out there, believe me, it's being used against them. There's no way that when you build a toy like that you can expect that you're the only one that's going to benefit from it. And they are increasingly, I mean, look, civilian grassroots media is probably the reason why Eric Cantor lost the Speaker of the House, the majority leader position for the Republicans to a 16th place party challenger that nobody thought was going to win. This guy named Brat, which is an interesting symbolic name, right?
And I would add to that, David, one of the biggest victories in recent times through the same means, I think, not going into Syria. Because, I mean, that was a foregone conclusion on the Thursday. David Cameron calls Parliament in to essentially rubber stamp, the approval to go to war. And all of a sudden, they're shocked because the grassroots has actually, inundated the MPs with, if you vote for this, you're out. And all of a sudden, they're left, holding the bag, embarrassed. Obama's forced to go to Congress. He knows he's facing the exact same thing. And then all of a sudden, lo and behold, they make a deal with Russia. I think I think we don't make enough of these victories that you're talking about recently.
Well, this is like volleyball where I just set it up and you spiked it over the line. I mean, it's the same thing that just happened. The Republicans lost their ability to pass any legislation. That's what Cantor's loss means. And it happened in 2 days from the Drudge Report, putting all these headlines, plastering the front page with headlines about illegal immigration. Swayed the election arguably just by doing that, because almost everybody who votes Republican is reading Drudge Report more than any corporate media. And then he loses, and then what happens is less than a week later, out of nowhere, they're trying to get us back into Iraq again.
Yeah, wow.
It's totally transparent.
And I have to ask you this, David, because you're one of the first people I thought of. Because again, you're one of the people who are really good at spotting the symbology, again, hiding in plain sight, the understanding that the use of particular symbols and words are not accidental. So I see that this new group, the rebranding of this group, is ISIS. And I'm like, I cannot wait to hear what David Wilcock has to say about that.
You're dealing with a very, very old religion.
Okay. My point in playing that snip was just what you said earlier. It's going faster. That the old world is crumbling, so to speak, and they're making Three Stooge effects mistakes. So, I'm a nurse. I know I'm a nurse, so I know the pain scale. So my question to you is twofold. Since you're observers on the ship, from 1 to 10, 1 being no crumbling of this reality, the controlled reality, and 10, being completely enlightened, or being completely crumbled. This reality now. Where are we on that? From 1 to 10, 1 being no crumbling.
I can give you a number, but it would be better if we give something to compare it to.
Okay.
So, would you like to do relative to a year ago, or 2 years ago, or 5 months ago, or since before 9/11?
No, just recently, probably in the last 4 months, because you see in these snips, even that election and that topsy-turvy in the election and going to war, and then not going to no war happened in 3 days. Things are going fast in the crumbling world to me. So let's go back 4 months compared to today.
So if 4 months ago was a 1 and being fully free relatively to that, I'd say we're at about a 4.
Okay, for the bad boy world crumbling. 1 no crumbled, 10 no, 10 all the way crumbled.
Yes.
4. Okay, and then the other question is, on the other side of that, as we are building our new world, 1 no building our new world, 10 being we're there at the new world.
still that's going to require a relativity, because the new world will be only my idea of what a new world would be.
Right.
And my new world looks like living with Pleiadians and all their technology. But someone else's new world may just be a world without money. Do you see what I'm saying? So what new world, what kind of utopian perspective are you hoping for? One where simply the cabal are fully ratted out?
Oh, no, we're on the second one was one.
No, I'm saying...
We're not, and I guess we gave those statistics earlier, so that's interesting. I had that question. How much we're awake? That we know that we're higher than ourselves.
Mm-hmm. In fact, that's all it takes. You don't need to know anything about world politics or cabal or Illuminati or whatever to decide that you're going to take responsibility for your reality and listen to yourself more than you're going to listen to anyone else.
Yeah.
That's more important than even being spiritual.
And that snip I played encouraged, the Three Stooge effect, like you guys said earlier. So, and David and that guy talked about it just on July 17th. So that is confirmed on my side and your side. So that's great. So just one more.
Lots of small things every day, and I don't necessarily make note of them or record them, but yes, I see lots of signs of the shift escalating.
And then, so one more question. This is a comment by David Wilcock, actually, from Ben Fulford's post, just August 5th, and it has to do with ETs. It says, wow, Ben should do summaries more often. This is a strong piece. One important detail I was reminded of recently that Ben has never leaked. Apparently, the opposition has become strong enough that Saudi Arabia is no longer accepting U.S. dollars for oil since the beginning of this year. Anyone wanting to buy Saudi oil has to pay them with some other form of currency. That seems hard to believe, but it came from impeccable sources. This is why fracking has stepped up in the U.S. as well as development of North Dakota oil field. Okay, and then it goes into, this is my question. As a further note, I would say the biggest thing missing is the summary is why the cabal has been systematically draining the planet of financial resources and pushing it so close to the edge. The greater reality is that there has been a massive military buildup to fight a potential war against extraterrestrial invaders. The cabal keeps telling us this again and again through literally hundreds of different movies and TV shows. The infrastructure they've built up is vast and includes underground facilities, lunar facilities, large ships, and other off-world locations, such as on asteroids, Mars, other moons in our solar system, etc. There will be no greater paradigm shift in our history than the one we go through as this becomes known. This does not excuse the actions of the cabal, but it does explain more of what is going on. The perceived severity of this war and the need to keep fighting it is another strong reason why so many people who are on the inside at that level stay involved. They also would not want to go back to the ordinary world, as they would be completely cut off from all these exotic toys and intriguing new friends, allies, and enemies. Okay, I'm getting to your question. Additionally, if anyone tries to speak out, they would be killed. And as I said before, the vast majority of people who get into this separate, compartmentalized world end up never being allowed to return to the surface of our own planet for any reasons at any time. It does appear, and here it is, it does appear that they need to tell us soon for a variety of different reasons, including that the benevolent ETs are now forcing them to. Much of the shenanigans that we are seeing in the world right now telegraphs a last-ditch effort to try to create a new war by any possible means to distract or offset a massive change that is likely inevitable no matter what. You've got to give them credit for fighting this hard even when it is obvious that they will lose. The benevolence ETs are vastly more powerful than they are. They know who these people are, and they have been told what they have to do. They simply do not want to give up the power and control they feel like they have. And then he says that, let's edit the sentence at the end. They know who these people are, and they have been told what they have to do. They simply do not want to give up the power or control they feel they have. The cabal knows who these benevolents are, and they have been told what they have to do. The cabal simply does not want to give up the power and control they feel they have. These people are inherently distrustful of everyone, and it is understandable why they would think the benevolents are also in possession of a secret twist, and therefore not looking out for our best interest. So they're just saying that the bad cabal are mistrustful of the good benevolent ETs, and they may have a twist on them. But my question is that going on? Are you guys helping? I'm sure you are.
Well, first off, there actually is not some sort of Earth-based fleet to fight UFOs or any sort of invasion.
No.
If there really was an interest to invade, that would be over with in 24 hours. If there actually was, the Pleiadians decided to go to war, or Andromedans or whoever decided to go to war, it would be over in 24 hours. There's not a thing that anyone can do about it. In fact, there's lots of races that do still involve themselves in military. And mostly that's to do with reptilian and other races that are not particularly welcome. Now, they're generally from other galaxies. This galaxy is very highly in unity compared to other galaxies and other universes that you can come from. So on one level, we can say that's just an excuse for amassing a large amount of money illicitly. But we also know that one of the reasons why the money is amassed illicitly is not so much because money gets things done, so much as it's better off that our energy, who we are, is taxed so that we always feel like we're giving up rights, and we're agreeing to them by agreeing to a structure that we intentionally give money to, such as government or taxes or what have you in terms of rules. We can give up energy in more ways than just taxes. Rights, freedoms. These are basically limitations to what you want to do, what you feel you can do. And yet the reason why they're there, the reason why they say, you need to own land or something, you need to pay for a title to a land, you can't just take land whenever you want to, is because they feel that we wouldn't be responsible enough from just not going to war with our neighbor by wanting to extend our property line 20 feet, you see. So they basically instill these rules to protect us from ourselves. That's the point. Kind of like, parents have a bunch of kids, and they say the rules are no fighting because I don't want to keep sending you, to get stitches. So no fighting. That's the rules, and I said so. I don't have to explain it. I just want you to follow the rules. And so the rules are there for a time and for a place. What I'm saying is, at this point in time, we know that we shouldn't be punks to our neighbors. We know and we can feel more and more the lives that each other are having that is individual, as in we know not to go to war. We know not to hurt our neighbor. We know to share. We know all these things. They're more and more obviously inherent to our nature to be good people. Not saying there isn't psychopaths, but we don't need a vast amount of rules just to protect ourselves from psychopaths. You see, in Pleiadian structure, there aren't really rules in terms of like laws or anything. There's just common sense. And common sense is nowhere near the common sense that we've been taught makes sense here. Common sense here has a lot to do with economy, actually, and economic reasons. But outside of having an economy in the way that's limited the way our economy is in terms of exchange of energy here, there is a greater energetic concert that goes on that doesn't need management. It doesn't need banks. It doesn't need anyone to do that. It's essentially what energy you put out is what you get back. But the reason for that is because what energy you're resonant to means you must be the putting out to receive. Do you see? The reason why it's so complex and convoluted here is that we have a very large range of people's states of mind. We have people that are impoverished, and we have people that are filthy rich, and we have people that are actually super psychopaths, and we have people that are beautiful and enlightened. And we all live on this planet together. So on one scale of the reasoning, the reason why I had to have a financial divide or a country divide is to sort of keep people from interfering with each other. But what I'm saying is in this place and time, we're not just fighting a cabal. We're not just fighting a structure. We're fighting our ability to manage ourselves. And to do that means you need to have full respect for everyone else. And so at any point when you want to walk into an environment that may not be hospitable to your approach to life, you need to take responsibility for that. You need to be able to accept this. You can't just go in gun-toting like the Wild West and say, I'm going to change this town. Do you see? And so that is literally a bigger picture than anyone controlling us. We've invited it, and we've allowed it because we see benefit in them continuing to run the system this way. In fact, many people don't really know what the world would be like if all of a sudden governments just toppled. They say there would be anarchy, and there's many people that actually will live that reality of anarchy. In fact, the majority of people will live the belief that there'll be anarchy, and their fears will be 10 times greater than what they would be with the government in place. And yet, it would be a fear, meaning it didn't have to be a reality, but it would be an attraction to that. It's similar to our parents saying, you know what? Go ahead. Beat up your brother. In fact, I'll give you a knife and I'll give you a gun. Let's see how far you go. And that's what, basically a drop in government would be like. It would be saying, go ahead, do this. So essentially, the only point at which humanity steps past control from a broader source, at least from the perspective of the broader source, such as the Illuminati, cabal, whatever, is they literally don't believe that we can self-govern. So how do you do it? You prove that you can self-govern. You live a self-governing life, and you will attract a reality that permits self-governing. No one's going to do it for you. You got to do it yourself. So if you're ready, you want to move out of the house, show that you can live outside of the house. I'm not saying, that's like, live off the grid. It can be much simpler than that. It can be, hey, in my community, can I find people to create a local ecosystem? If you can do that, then great. If there's people already doing that and organizing that, find them. And there are people doing this. Find them. If you're ready, find them. And that's you discovering that part within yourself that you can find in others that are interested in this. So it's basically that full level responsibility of there are no handouts. And yes, you can do it all yourself, or you know that you can attract the people and the circumstances because you're truly a manifester of your reality, and you know it.
And you know it. Good. Good. Full answer. That whole answer was good. Yummy. Thank you. Thank you. So I know you said Ashtar had some last words, and then also if you could, at the ending of this call, as we end up or whatever, some encouragement, like when we hang up, to go and how we can get closer and converse both ways. We talk, they talk, ETs, with the ETs that you have for us. So whichever order you want to give that in, Julien.
Okay, Ashtar, he only had a couple things today. Hold on a minute. he's saying there's no such thing as the real world if you're looking at the world and you don't identify it as yourself. There's no such thing. The real world is you. Now, things out there, as in not things that you appear to be doing physically, things going on out there, everything but you, changes all the time. And he's trying to give me an image that when you have a dream, and if you're familiar with lucid dreaming, there's a point where you wake up in the dream. You can learn to lucid dream. You can find out how to do that. It's not very hard. What is going to happen is you're going to wake up in this one. You're going to lucid dream this one. It may seem a little trickier than doing it when you go to sleep, but that can be done a little bit by a little bit. And that's what he's here, to help you understand and realize that everything is really under your ability to do anything. He's just, from his perspective and where he works, he's just the janitor across the street taking care of the fringes of your reality. He wants to thank everybody for being here. He appreciates your presence. He's thanking me. He's thanking those listening. And it's sort of like the energetic equivalent of waving by. But it's kind of like a namaste type thing.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's really, it's I don't want to say it's an unusual feeling, but it is unusual to have someone like that. It's like I was talking while a giant man was bear hugging me, like, lovingly. It's like a big fur coat or something.
Wow.
You feel very secure when you have him that close.
Wow.
Yeah, it almost is weird to see him not be there. But anyways, we can talk a little bit about accessing your broader self. There's a tremendous amount of literature on it. So really, I'm not going to add to that. I'm going to talk about mine.
Yeah, maybe just one or two pointers, and then maybe maybe I can have you back if you'll come back sometime, and we'll continue on that and update and everything else.
So my highest recommendation is to feel free to not take anyone's advice. Your best friend, your spouse, your peers. I mean, not about spirituality, I mean about life. First, feel the right to not feel peer pressured into anything in life. Okay? This means that all the rules are up to you to decide how credible and valuable they are in terms of how to live, morality. Invent your own morality, and you'll find that that comes from your higher being. Come up with your own code of conduct. You already have done this, only you bump heads with other people's, and now it becomes a battle of whose morality is better. So, one, have your own moral code, And 2, let everyone have theirs. Okay? And if theirs says, don't look at them wrong, then don't look at them wrong. If theirs says, I require a handshake for a business transaction, it's up to you if you want that business transaction to go through to accept that. So it's up to you to accept other people's conditional moral or realities, but you don't have to. You can fully deny it at any point. You can go up to the supermarket and say, can I pay you in shoelaces? You have that right. And they have the right to actually consider it. This is an extreme example. But between people, you'll find that energy is energy, which means effort is effort. Thought time is also effort and energy. Okay? We pay people who have PhDs a lot of money to do their job because they've done a lot of thinking before they've gotten those jobs. But anything that you're an expert in, you deserve your time's worth. And what your time's worth may be different depending on the situation you're in. If you're on the streets, your time's worth may be worth a sandwich. But if you're in a different position, your time's worth may mean some sort of monetary compensation. But the point is, you have the rights to everything, and no one truly can tell you what to do when you trust yourself about your own moral code. Now, with that in mind, the second part is you not only have the right to always be happy, I mean always, but you have the right to be happy when someone else isn't. Okay? It can be your child that's sad. It can be someone important to you that's sad or angry or wants you to understand what they're going through. First, you have the right to be happy, and you have the right to empathize with them and go through their experience. But I'll tell you why it's useful for you to be happy. When you're happy, you have more energy. Now, that doesn't mean that being happy doesn't mean that you're leaving some unfinished business behind you. That may come back for you to deal with. But at least it'll come back when you have the energy to deal with it. So I don't mean to literally say ignore all problems and pain and, bad memories or things in your life like, I just want to be happy, so I'm not going to go to work. Well, you can probably take a couple of days off, but the point is, when you're in a raised mood energetically, which is also another way of saying happy. Happy is a more energetic state. You have a couple more options to you. You'll note that you're freer to think, you're freer in your opportunities, and you have more access to positive, as in continuing energy acquiring practices with regards to what you want to change. So when something's so big that you feel you can't do it yourself, that's where you go and you find friends to help you. You'll note that if there's no positivity at the forefront of every conversation there, then you're missing the point. There's no point in fighting negative with negative. The only point in addressing negative is to release the positive and to open up the positive. Now you could say, yeah, there'll be peace when there's no more war, right? So we got to fight wars to stop wars. That's lame. You fight wars by just being happy people that don't attract wars. That might sound simplistic, but it's all individual. I'm assuming those people on the line today and possibly listening are not actually at war right now. So they can understand that being at peace attracts peace. But there's always opportunities. Your world and your mind are so open to so many things. That's why they're all there. You've attracted them to a degree so that you can see them. But life is like a buffet. And you may not, and you probably will not eat everything at the buffet. But you'll eat what makes you happy right now. And as long as you're happy and don't remember this buffet is giving you a tummy ache, you'll be happy coming back to this buffet of choices. It's a place where having positivity flow through you is literally giving you more energy. And from that place going forward, then you're ready to start communicating with people who are resonant, with people who have more energy positively, who are in a higher positive state. And then you'll find your Pleiadians. Then you'll find your Sirians. Then you'll find your Arcturians, your Andromedans, your Orions, your Lyrans, your Agarthans. They're all there, and they all are a different kind of culture, and you'll find them within yourself coming forward when you are a resonant match. And most of them all are ready on the precipice to those who have raised the energetic states, which means that you feel more empowered. And when you feel more empowered, that is, like I was saying before, it comes hand in hand to taking more responsibility. Now, the law of attraction stands. So if anybody listening to this is not up for law of attraction, see someone who definitely is and get that message into your head, that everything is magnetic. Law of attraction says that which is like unto itself is attracted. And although the five senses don't understand this, you are much more than your five senses. And so the part of you, even if you don't understand it, will still operate in this way. It's really, how do you live in a dream? So that's the question that I have, and that's what you might ask yourself. But that's what I have for today.
Thank you, Julien. You're funny. You're silly. Wait till you hear what I'm going to play, and it's only 2 minutes long. I queued it up last night. You kept saying, happy, happy, happy. Well, I want to play it for 2 minutes, and I want to thank you, first of all, for coming. Thank you, everybody, for coming. I want to play this, and I just want to see really quick if there's anybody who has comments, maybe a quick question, comments, or what they're feeling in their heart, or, just a thank you to Julien. But let me play this. This is a good note, and it's funny, silly. Julien, you talk about happy. This is really cool. Here we go.
It might seem crazy what I'm about to say. Sunshine, she's here. You can take a break. Hot air balloon that could go to space. With the air, like I don't care, baby, by the way. Because I'm happy. Drop along if you feel like a room without a roof. Because I'm happy. Drop along if you feel like happiness is the truth. Because I'm happy. Drop along if you know what happiness is to you. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like that's what you want to do. Here come that news, talking this and that. Yeah, give me all you got and don't hold it back. Yeah, I should probably warn you, I'll be just fine. Yeah, no offense to you, don't waste your time. Here's why. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like a room without a roof. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like happiness is the truth. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you know what happiness is to you. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like that's what you want to do. Let's go. down. Can't nothing bring me down. This love is true. It's bring me down. Can't nothing bring me down. I said, bring me down. Can't nothing bring me down. This love is true. It's bring me down. Can't nothing bring me down. I said, clap along if you feel like a room without a roof.
Clap along if you're happy. Listen to that over and over. If you to get you happy. That'll get you drunk. And I want to bless everybody. Blessings of, like I always do, blessings of love, peace, and joy. Turning not just to happy, but turning to bliss. So let me open up the room real quick, Julien, before we leave. And this has been astounding. Thank you so much. Looking forward to having you back another time. And we'll continue the happiness into our new world. Oh, hold on. Hi. Okay, now I have it. *6 to unmute. I heard somebody. Just press *6. You guys are opened up. I heard somebody say hi.
Hi there.
Hi, Susie.
Hi. Yeah, thanks, Lily.
Lily.
Yeah.
Hi.
Oh, okay, we got two people. Let Lily go, and then what's your name, honey?
My name's Judy.
Judy. Okay, just *6, and then as soon as Lily's done, then you come in, okay?
Okay.
Okay, Julien, thank you for all of that. That was wonderful. I love the transparency, and I want to know more about the connecting ourselves individually with the Pleiadians to the level that you're able to. I am intuitive, but it's, a different, I could use some, more practice. But more importantly, is it possible to, oh gosh, I don't even know how to phrase the question. I had it in my mind before I unmuted myself.
Then just speak bluntly.
Yeah. Okay. So if one was to decide, okay, I want to be observed in that observation as a science subject for their learning. Okay.
Contribution.
For their contribution. What is it that are they observing so that they know how to? Okay. Say I get into a predicament that isn't good for me. Or say I am driving a car and I could potentially have an accident, would they give their assistance to preserve protection, or will they stay offline and not interfere unless
they will remain in non-interference. What they can do is they can be in alignment with your angels, because there's angels for everybody, as suited and as requested. The angels are more the ones that will provide interference. But note that all extreme experiences like that are on purpose.
Right.
Okay? And that although the Pleiadians are observing how we handle those situations, there's purpose behind them. Angels just tend to soften the blow or can be there for a little extra oomph in helping you align to its purpose and make the best of that experience.
Okay. So it's always been, I've always had this belief where, say you get a reading or go to a psychic, or you have somebody make a prediction. I've always felt as though I am in charge of my destiny. That regardless of what someone says, I still have the ability to choose because I'm in the body and it's my belief system. I can change my mind at any time.
Yes.
So
absolutely.
Would that be accurate?
Most important thing to know. Most important. Everything I say can be summarily dismissed by anyone who disagrees with me. Absolutely.
And that goes along
with them.
And that goes along with your comment to not listen to others, find your own personal truth and what that is, and live in alignment with that.
Everyone else is just an offer It's an invitation, and depending on how comfortable that invitation is, you may accept it or not. But don't accept it implicitly, especially when you feel uncomfortable with someone.
Right. Okay. Okay.
Very well.
Next call. Thank you.
Okay. Are you guys, then I guess Judy's up now.
Yeah. Excuse me. Hi, Elizabeth. Hi, Julien. How are you?
I recognize this, Judy. I'm doing very well. Thank you.
Yes, you are. I really just wanted to call in and say, what a joy it was to listen to this and to hear the expansion of everything that's going on with you. My goodness, it's just incredible. I had no idea that Ashtar was a part and all this other stuff, and it was just brilliant to hear the truth and the beauty, coming through, and the excitement of, what we're unveiling ourselves to be. And I just wanted to say thank you. Wow. And thank you, Elizabeth, for having him on and for, hosting the show. This was great.
Hey, you want to do another show like this? Shall we do another show like this, Judy? Encourage Julien, okay?
That's up to Julien. He's the navigator, but I would say yes if it were up to me.
Yeah. Thank you so much. And we're going to have another astounding call next week. I guess I'm going to be one of the, it's kind of a pun, pushers getting this astounding cannabis miracle, one of a lot of miracles that will help us heal next week with the TCS oil. Anyway, it's a big vision, and I'm excited about that. And I'm excited about this realm we're talking about today, too. Those are my two realms I'm sticking in on the Diamonds call. I think that's where I'm supposed to be. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So is there anybody else up there? Or, Judy, I didn't know if you were finished or not.
Yeah, I am.
Well,
thank you.
Judy.
Well, I enjoyed your call. This is Lola, and it was really, really good. And I finally remembered to listen, and I'm really excited that I did because it was really good.
Oh,
cool.
Thank you, Rose. Do you have a question for Julien?
I think, have I heard you before, Julien? Where have you been on the, I don't know what the website is, but OPPT?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Then I've listened to you before as well.
Yes. Last year and year before that, the OPPT had a show called The Collective Imagination.
Yes.
And yes, I was a big fan of that show. And in fact, they were a very big inspiration for me to actually go out and see what the ETs thought. In fact, there was lots of questions being brought up as to what our galactic families and whatnot wanted. And I said, well, I've learned how to become sensitive. Let's see if this works. And essentially, I asked and got everything and even more than I could have asked for. And that journey spiraled into all sorts of adventures that I've shared on my transitioning show and, as a guest a couple times on the Collective Imagination.
Very good. Well, it was it was a really one of the most interesting programs I've listened to for a long time. I was really excited. In fact, I missed some at the beginning, and I'm going to go back and listen to the recording.
Very good.
Thank you.
Well, thank you for your word.
Thank you, Rose, for remembering. And thank you, Rose, for remembering yourself and remembering who you really are on the Diamond Show.
Thank you.
Place to be, huh? Thank you.
Right.
Pass it on.
I will do that. Thank you. I am going to make sure that my children get this and have to listen to this. I'm really was impressed. I want them all to hear this, so they're going to have to listen to the replay.
Cool.
Children. Remember, we heard about children today, didn't we, Julien?
Yes.
The Pleiadians talked about the children. The children are really open. I teach my grandchildren. They know about we say, this is a chant we say, I will dream on the true dream grid with Mother Earth in the Aurora Borealis and the North Pole. And then, so they know a lot. They know about ETs. They know to talk to ETs. I teach them.
I have a grandson that's birthday is 11/11, and he was born at 11/11. So
it's very auspicious.
Yes. And there was a book out years ago, 11/11, The Doorway to the Future. And when this happened, it was just like, it was so crazy that at the time he was born, there was no storms or anything that I can remember going on. And she had her first baby videoed, and so they were videoing him being born as well. And the power went out, and it was out for like almost 2 minutes, but it changed the birth time from 11/11 to 11:09 on his birth certificate. But he was born at 11/11, and all of the cameras were 11/11. And it was almost like the universe, or not the universe, but maybe the powers that be did not want that on the record or something, because it was weird. There was nothing going on at the hospital, but the power went out, and when it did, the generators kicked in, and then it went back on, but it was off just long enough to throw that off that it wasn't 11/11. But he was, because all the cameras were on, rolling all the time, and it was 11/11. So, yeah, very interesting.
I would listen to that child.
Yeah, he's a very, very quiet child, very, very intelligent, very deep, but he just doesn't talk a lot. He's very, very quiet. So, very, taking a lot in.
Very cool. Thank you for sharing.
So is there anybody else out there who would like to just come in, say hi, comment, what's on your heart, or have a question for Julien? Just *6. And while we're waiting, I'll give the recorded number, 209-255-1099. Same PIN, 883267#, and reference number 160. And Julien, you'll upload this show to your YouTube channel?
Yep, I'll get going to give somebody who likes to use YouTube more access to this, and probably share links on Facebook for people who missed it.
By the way, thus far, and it's not to brag, but I'm excited how we're waking up and interested in this subject. 22,000 and still climbing on that Diamonds, the last Pleiadian update, and that doesn't count the ones that they listen to the blog link, and it doesn't count the ones that call in by the phone. Isn't that awesome, Julien? Pleiadians, Ashtar?
Cool.
You like that?
I'm glad.
Me too.
I want to ask one more time, is that, because you gave that really quickly and I wasn't writing, that replay number is the one that's in IQD calls, Diamonds, the recorded 209-255-1099?
Correct.
883267#.
Correct, and then it'll ask for reference number, and you put in 160#.
Okay, 160#. Okay.
Pass this far and wide into the dinar land for me, would you?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'm surprised. Yeah. 10.
We got to stop talking about the money, and the money's good, and we may have it for a while, and it's in transition. But until then, it's more important that we get off that for now and start learning about ourselves and who we are.
Yes, I think it's really. I agree with you. It just felt like. It was very interesting. I told my daughter this morning, Thursday, I felt a huge release. I felt like somebody, you know how you feel like if a child, you've grabbed them by the arm and you're holding on to, or somebody's holding on to you and they just won't let go. And that's what it feels like to me in the energy bands. And it felt like somebody opened their hands and let go of me. And it was like this breath of fresh air. It was like this. It was like, wow. It was like a peace and a calm day, and it was like you could feel an energy release. It was really amazing to me. And I felt it. I don't know if anybody else had, but I mentioned that to my daughter this morning. We were talking about it, and I told her about that. But it was just so pronounced on Thursday. And then you were talking about all of that stuff here, and so I don't know. I think there's something to that.
It is. It's true. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
Glory.
Yeah. Thank you. It was really interesting to hear all this today. It really was. Thank you.
Yeah, you bring in a lot of intense stuff, Julien. It's all good. Yes.
Elizabeth, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. Thank you for taking my call. I'm Bruce.
And your name?
I'm Bruce from South Carolina.
Bruce, South Carolina. Welcome.
I'm usually on Dr. WC's call.
Oh, okay. Cool.
What rang home to me was that the other day on Dr. WC's call, I was labeled a hero. And I called back in. I said, no, I'm not a hero. And they kept saying, no, yes, you are, because you went to jail. And I just basically accepted their analogy of me being a hero. And what the Pleiadians said, that you're not a hero. And I just love that, because he was basically reinforcing what I had mentioned on the air. Oh. If I'm a hero, everybody's a hero for being here, for doing what they're doing, their part. Everybody's got that part, and that's what we're here for. Now, I don't look at us having a soul contract in the way of we understand that the contract that we have on this earth exchanging goods. We have a trust, and we're the beneficiary as well as everybody else is the beneficiary of that trust. And we can't breach that trust. And that's more powerful to me than stating I got a soul contract with, to do what I got to do. I know I'm here to do something, and I hope I'm going in the right direction. Sometimes I don't, sometimes I do, and I'm understanding it more and more. And I appreciate the call for giving a wide berth of information here that is more on the spiritual level than the material, like Elizabeth said. We got to get out of the money syndrome. And that's part of our demise, I think, is we think our value is in money, and it is not. Just like people saying, you're a hero. I am not. I'm a contributor. That's my piece, and I'd like to hear your analogy of that. Hello?
Julien, you want to address that?
Is he dropped?
Oh, I don't know. Did you disconnect, Julien? Let me check. Hold on. He might have. But that was a good analogy, Bruce. He might be muted, too. Julien, if you're there, it's *6 to unmute. Yeah, I agree. So, yeah, you, Bruce, too, you pass it on far and wide in Dinarland, this call, okay? And the other call. It's on the Diamonds blog on YouTube. If I get a hold of him, I'll have him listen to that. Maybe he can comment.
That's all right.
He's probably worn out.
I just did when the Pleiadians said that, talked about being a hero. You're not. And I just, that just keyed right in.
I don't remember they saying we're not a healer. What do you mean by that?
Well, he was trying to, just like what I said, he was trying to give you the information that you're not a hero. You're basically, like he's saying, your own person, but you are doing what you're supposed to be doing here. You're contributing. And see, I'm an artist, and I try to break people's paradigm. I'm a conceptual artist. And one of my things I do is try to break people's parameters or paradigms that they have set up for themselves, just like you're doing, Elizabeth. And I do it in a way they kind of bring them around to understanding what's going on, and some will argue to the death, hoping, and see that energy in that argument. They spent so much energy in that argument, standing their ground, not acknowledging or accepting what I say, that in time that energy is going to be replenished, and they're going to never forget it.
Well, I say we're not a healer, and we are healers. We heal ourselves, and we heal others. We're we're motivators of others to heal themselves, and we can. Anyway, we're all powerful in everything.
Right.
We're just
what we're trying to discover is the direction to utilize that power.
Right.
I mean, we're kind of like we've been scattered and brainwashed and programmed.
So we're going to the other side now.
And not to utilize the power where everybody could be a positive energy contributor.
Correct.
We're just trying to hold hands and try to put it together the best we can with what we, as our brainwashing comes undone, trying to give to others, and then they don't accept it, and they will.
Correct. Thank you so much, Bruce, for coming in and giving your heart thoughts. That's great. Where'd you go? You? Okay. So is there anybody else who'd like to make a comment? Anything? Say hi before we go on this Saturday, an astounding call. Next week is going to be good, too. We're going to build up those two subjects. Not just build it to be on the phone to build it up, but to take action in it, too. So, anybody else? Last call. *6. And Lily, do you have anything to say really quick? If that's you on the moderator line.
Oh, I'm here. Sorry, I was cutting something. What a great call, and I'm in total agreement about getting away from the money idea and work on developing our spiritual side. And as far as the healer goes, I definitely believe I'm a healer. Definitely. And I know I have a gift that's deeper than what I'm even exhibiting or putting out there. I know it's there. It's latent. So what I'm doing now is just a drop of the bucket of what my potential is. And I've been really desiring to plug into more depth of that.
Yes.
And maybe the Pleiadian connection might help.
And the Pleiadians and the others in other dimensions are helping us, and we're helping them at the same time because they're observing us. Don't you think them by observing us, they're not not growing from it in their own selves? They're growing their own selves by observing us. So it's a two-way exchange.
I'm still curious to I'm curious about their curiosity to observe. Like, what is it that we are actually teaching them?
Yes. Okay, so everybody that has questions like that, those light, fluffy questions, I want to have a call like that, too, with Julien. And I know it's a lot of taxing sometimes energies. It's just the energies are good. Even me and you and everybody that listened, they were upgrading energies, everybody. So soak them in like a sponge. Yeah, let's go ahead.
Well, quite possibly when he talked about the Pleiadians being able to shift their energy into other species forms.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so
Morph, we can do that too,
Right. Well, okay, so what they have that I'm currently not, I'm aware of it, I'm not practicing it, or I'm not aware that I'm practicing it in terms of energy is, okay, so I'm aware that I'm a healer, and what I'm working towards is being able to initiate healing process, those, upon request, without
healing ourselves.
And without touching the body, because I'm a massage therapist, and I get a lot of really fabulous feedback where people have just really good experience. And what I would like to do is go deeper without actually having to touch the body, to tune in to the energetic system and shift the frequency through me knowing my own frequency. So
just being in a room of somewhere, you could change the frequency of that room, and not even just being there present. So yes, that's where we're going.
Yes, I would.
Beyond.
Right. So that's what I would like to embrace, and quite possibly their observation of us, they can have a clue of where the missing link is for us not connecting to the energy. I'm wondering if we can pull that information out.
Yeah, everybody write their questions down. That's a great question.
Because wouldn't Julien be able to ask his, the group?
Sure, we can ask the questions to the Pleiadians. And now Ashtar. That was pretty cool. Yeah. Awesome.
Yeah.
Okay, good call, you guys. Great. Great information. Everybody pass it far and wide. Julien will come back and next week's call, and then we're going to have an astounding call with Franco Di Nicolo, who also travels the ethers. Basically, he's, if you could understand this, he's the only one on Earth that has healed all, see, we're multidimensional beings, so we have more than just us here. It could be thousands of us. I know it's hard to wrap your brain around, but he's the only one on Earth that has mastered bringing all those multidimensional beings, healing them, and being conscious in all of them. I know it's deep. So he says. I believe him. That's just my opinion, though. But anyway, he's going to discuss the energies that are supposed to ramp up in September, into bringing us into the now moment, which are kind of heavy. We see it. Like me, my job may be lost, and I have to move out, and everything at once. So anyway, that'll be good to find out about that, and he's really good about that, talking about that. And just know when you're listening to somebody talk, you're soaking in their vibrations, whether they're happy vibrations with higher, less dense vibrations, or the dense ones. So on the Diamonds call, be a sponge. They're good vibrations. So any last word by anybody? It's been a long call, so you can break it up and listen to it in little spurts. Until next week, Saturday, I think I won't be back for Thursday news. I'm trying to think if I'm going to still do that. And if I don't do that, I will bring the news on, a little 5-10 minute snip of what's going on in the world at the beginning of a Saturday extended calls. So until then, be happy, you guys. Re-listen to the call. And blessings of love, peace, and joy turning to bliss. Love you all here on the Diamonds Forever 31. Bye-bye.